Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. It is a lot of things today. It is Capital Preservation Friday.
Ferragamo Friday. At 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. it'll be Uncensored Friday. And then it'll be, what else do we have on Fridays? Well, also it's Rollover Friday as we are moving into the DEES contract and the indexes on Monday. And so we'll see a lot of rollover today. And, of course, joining us this morning will be Pax for Unemployment Friday. But joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy. Good morning, all.
And we have Maggie Lake this morning. She'll be joining us in 15 minutes. If people don't know who Maggie Lake is, she had a career on CNN. She was doing CNN Money, and she was at Real Vision. And now she'll be coming on NinjaTrader Live every so often, which is great. Great to have Maggie here joining us. And then we've got, of course, like I said, Pax, and then we've got Xyzeee and Leo coming in at 10 a.m. So jam-packed Friday this morning. Shy, headlines overnight.
So, well, I wanted to go over the initial claims I did yesterday afternoon, but if you weren't with us yesterday afternoon, if you know those initial claims rose to 263,000, which was much higher than expected. That said, if you kind of dig through the weeds of this all, really, in part, it was due to a large filing. It all came from Texas, almost. There was a large rise in filings, which had a storm-related filing deadline last week. And so really, overall, even though that looked like an outside print, we'll have to wait until next week's jobless claims to see if this is just a one-off because of this circumstance in Texas. So just a reminder on that, maybe the labor markets aren't as weak as we thought they were.
No.
So, well, you know, I mean, claims just adds. We're still not seeing great numbers on non-farm, so we'll see. But the Senate has the scheduled votes to confirm Stephen Moran on Monday night, which is literally one day ahead of the FOMC meeting. So it looks like he will be part of that meeting and voting. Remember, he is taking Krugler's place until January 31st, when her term was set to end. And then we have Wall Street bracing for possibly for a quarter-end liquidity in the liquidity stress in the money market. So we have a surge in U.S. Treasury bill issuance in recent months. That's reduced liquidity in the financial sector. And then we also have, end of month, we have large corporate payments and payments for Treasury debt. So that's going to move a lot of money into the Treasury and perhaps out of markets. Now, some say that there is a risk that we're going to have a repeat of 2019 when a liquidity shortage caused a spike in short-term borrowing rates until the Federal Reserve had to intervene overnight to alleviate the crunch. But I would argue since 2019, they have established, well, in 2021, they established the SRF, which is the Standing Repo Facility, so to provide banks and large dealers with reliable access to overnight liquidity by letting them swap treasuries and other high-quality collateral for cash. So 99% sure that 2019 is not a repeat because we have a facility in place to ignore that. That said, there is stress in the funding markets right now, and so we need to keep an eye on that if we see some liquidity come out of the market. So just be aware that that is currently happening.
Interesting that that's the end of the quarter, you know, kind of what that sets up for the end of the quarter, I should say. I know what rollover for us, I mean, this is really the end of the futures quarter, but then you get, you know, what is it? It's not quadruple witching anymore, right, Shy? Is it just triple witching? I forget they changed it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, whatever.
They go back and forth, but.
Yeah. And then you also have, which we have not talked much about, isn't Vixpiration next week too?
You've got Vixpiration on Wednesday, and then of course, on Friday is triple witch, quadruple witch, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then also at the end of the quarter, we have buyback, corporate buyback blackout period before Q3 earnings. So.
Yeah. I don't even want to think too much about that right
Got
now.
a lot going on the last half of the month.
I think the good thing is that we're through the inflation data, and we've now been able to see the markets react, and then we've had some time past that initial reaction. And let's go to what's happening so far this morning. S&P down 8.5 points. NASDAQ up that's up $11. Russell's down $11. I mean, you got the Dow is down 110. Again, divergence across the board. I mean, NASDAQ's up slightly. Is there anything kind of keeping NASDAQ up? Is there any stock news directly related to NASDAQ?
We have, let's see, there was Adobe gave a strong outlook showing payoff from AI features, and Microsoft to put more computing power behind in-house AI models.
Yeah, so, I mean, a little bit in NASDAQ again. Again, it's just kind of like this constant back and forth. We'll look at the charts later here on that. Natural gas up small, up 8 ticks. You got heating oil up pretty big this morning. Heating oil's up quite a bit. Coming into winter, is that going to start to be something we watch? We'll see. We got crude oil is up $1, just over $1, $1.07 at 63.44. Gold again up $8 this morning. Copper up 15.5 ticks. You got silver up 58 ticks, up to 42.73. Just keeps chipping away higher. At silver market, platinum 14.14 up $14. 14.14 up 14. Up 1%. Bond market's down. You know, I look at it's like, you know, I looked at the bond market this morning again, and I looked at the reaction after yesterday, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what? We made that higher high. Markets now come down in the bond market. It's like it's back in that range that it's been in. It's like, man, if the bond market starts coming down from here, you know, again, I can't stress enough how important the bond market is to me right now when we're breaking out. It's like if it can sustain this breakout, I think it continues to feed into the small caps, which I think that they'll be the upside leader as rates come down across the curve. But if everything comes back down, I think the bond market is more important for the Russell than it is kind of everything else. If the bond market does start to come down post this CPI, PPI, and gets back in this range, I mean, that market is just dead to me then. I mean, that's the whole problem with it is like, you know, you've been in this range really between 118, let's call it, and the majority of the range was down to like 111 if I just kind of like box out this range. You know, this is to me that body that's just churning. You know, you could go a little lower when that little breakout down there. I remember that day specifically on the show talking about it, but it's like it's trying to stay broken out here to where if you think rates are going to be, you know, going down on the long end, this is where I think it starts to then bring rates down for mortgages and all that stuff. And then we'll see what that does. And again, like I said, I think that favors the small caps. But if it comes right back in here, again, it doesn't matter much for stocks, but it's just like then the bond market just becomes like this kind of stale market to be watching right now.
Which it kind of is. And, you know, we saw from the 30-year auction yesterday, you know, we're still having to pay, you know, higher yields for people to take those bonds. So they're still not really exactly loved right now.
Yeah. And you know, they can't sustain any momentum on any sort of attempted breakout. And if they're just going to be range bound, I think it overall helps indexes.
Right.
Because if, you know, even if the bonds broke, 3 points from here, I don't think that the indexes even care that much. We're right back in where they've been in. But if they keep going up, I think it starts to cause some more, you know, I think it brings volatility into our market. Like, why is a 30-year going down or going up so much in terms of bond prices down in yields? Is that fearful down the road? What does that ultimately mean?
Well, that, and if we really do start to see a breakout in bonds, you could see a rotation back into bonds. We know everybody hates the bond market, and everybody short this market.
Exactly.
So, you know, there is a possibility if we could get a squeeze, or we could get a rotation back into bonds if we do start to see an actual breakout. So far, that hasn't happened.
And when we look at this, so non-reporting is the highest long they've been in a long time. You've got basically commercials and large specs and bonds. I'm pulling up COT data here. They've been short. And you can see those positions continue to unwind here over the past several weeks. And now they're starting to build up a bigger short position as of last week. We'll see what this COT data comes in next week in the bond market, since it's rolled over already as well. The bonds have already moved on to December. And so I wonder what that looks like. Are the large specs and the commercials building short positions here again, and bonds keep creeping higher? What does that look like? Again, the bond market only matters to me when they're moving aggressively outside of a range. And so that's why I say it's like, this is a moment here. Like, can they keep going higher? Like, they make those 2 days of higher highs back above that April high, and then it just comes right back in the range. And it's just like, is that it? I don't know. And if it does start to come back down in here and I see the Bollinger Band start to get flat, it's like, bonds are dead to me then. I don't watch them nearly as much. And I think overall equities go, long-term rates are kind of stuck here. And that's okay.
With it.
We're okay with it. So there's that. Again,
we do have a little bit of news on crude overnight because you mentioned we're up almost 2%. So we did have drones, Ukrainian drones attacked Russia's oil loading port for the first time. It's the country's largest oil and fuel export terminal. So this time, instead of hitting refineries, which actually caused more Russian oil to hit the market because they couldn't refine it domestically, they hit a port, an export port. And so crude is a little bit higher on that this morning.
Yeah, another market, when I go to crude oil, let's take a look.
Still stuck.
It's just stuck, man. I say this all the time on the show. It's like, I look for primary trends, even when I was short-term scalping, for where the primary trend was, and I try to use my short-term strategy and stay in that direction. It's like, you're looking at a lot of two-way tapes out there. Bonds, to me, is a two-way tape. Yeah, it's trying to break out right now, but you could trade that thing any which way you want every single day. Crude oil, especially as well. Look at this market. What happened to it?
Well,
right? It is just flatline.
It is a flatline, but overall, that's actually a good thing for economies, right?
Not for traders.
Not for traders,
economy.
but for economies. But if you're a day trader, there are some nice moves in there as well. Even though it is pretty range bound, you can sort of define the upper end and the lower end and be able to trade between those. It works until it doesn't, but. For right now, it's working.
Well, if you we got a lot of traders that are on this network that they like to trade both sides every single day. So I like that. I personally have found that I like to find a market that's trending and use short-term signals in that trend. Right. That's why I felt this year, and I see a lot of this talk on X. To me, gold has been the best tradable market for day traders this year by far.
Well, it's up 40% up in the year. Yeah. It's outperformed everything.
And everything on the daily charts that's spilled into the short-term stuff, when I look at it, I'm always like, man, it's hard for me because I left, I'm not day trading and scalping like I used to. And when I look at gold, I'm just like, man, it makes me want to, go back and do it. I made a promise to myself, Shy. I'm like, I'm not going to, I do it every so often, but not nearly as much. And I look at gold and I'm just like, that's where the opportunity is. And I've been saying that a lot in here this year. I think that's where you really find the opportunities for day traders. Go trade it, traders, on Sim, and try it in the micros, because to me, again, when you find a market that's in a primary trend and you get a buy signal and a primary uptrend, to me, there's just so much more validation there. You're getting the bigger picture players helping you in the short term. I can't stress enough how important that is. It was for me in my career when I was doing that. And again, I'm doing that just on a little bit of a longer term time frame right now. And again, I think gold has been, silver's another one right now where I think that's coming into play.
Yeah, silver finally had a breakout. Platinum also another great one to play. It's a little less liquid, which I personally like. If you're watching it, don't, because the numbers aren't so big, and you can trade.
Well,
it better.
Feel something right after you get in, right? It may not be a good feeling, but you feel something. We're about a minute away. We're going to be bringing in Maggie Lake. Quick preview on Maggie Lake.
Well, we have Maggie Lake this morning, who is a veteran journalist and host of Talking Markets from the Market House with Maggie Lake. So looking forward to speaking with her. On the data front, all we have today is 10 a.m. We have of course, the University of Michigan sentiment and 1 year and 5 to 10 year inflation expectations. I don't I know that we have had outside moves on that particular data before, but it seems that over the last couple weeks that we have had this data, that that those inflation expectations have calmed down a bit. And so I don't really expect any big surprises from the data this morning. I think it'll come in line.
Got it. All right. Well, all right, let's bring in Maggie.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing great. You heard probably some of the conversation here. And, you know, great having you here. You know, look at, we could talk about it. We're a little preview of, you're going to be hosting some stuff on here on NinjaTrader Live. We're really excited to have you here, part of the network. You have done interviews. I've been watching your interviews for, gosh, I can't tell you how long. I'm curious, what is the talk of the town right now with all of the top macro people that you speak with? What is something that you see in all of your conversations these days?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, it feels like the longest week already this week. And I think that we're at a really interesting cross section, right? And I have a lot of disagreement. I would say when I talk to people, you know, very different views, but a couple things they agree on, and then we'll talk about what they don't agree on, because that's sort of more interesting. But a couple things they agree on. First of all, man, you cannot fight this equity market. I don't know if anybody's been trying to short this market, but good luck. It has been really hard. Even people who are really concerned are just not willing to step in front of this. So there's a lot of conversation about that. For some people, they're really worried. Other people are thrilled. Let it rip. Let's ride. So that's one area of agreement. I think the other thing that a lot of people are talking about is that, you know, this Fed meeting is going to be really interesting because we've got the macro, which we're trying to figure out. And I know you were talking about having your eye focused on bonds, which I think is right, because there's been an interesting move, seeing those yields come down. But we also have all this political pressure. Who's actually going to be making the decision at the meeting? Are they going to, you know, fall into step with what Trump wants them to do? Is the data now coming in line with that? So I think not only the decision, but what they say and how they couch this. And those expectations have really swung around. I think people are getting kind of aggressive. One thing I'd say that's interesting, and I just had this conversation yesterday. It's not out yet. It's going to be out next week on the Market House. But watch the labor market. We've been so focused on inflation. That's really been the driving data when we're trying to figure out what's happening here, especially with bonds. It may be that we're pivoting and now the labor market is becoming, and labor data, jobs data is becoming more important. We saw that big revision in BLS, right? That got things going. Weekly jobless claims yesterday felt like they maybe took the lead over even the CPI data. You mentioned UMich out today. Dig in there and look at some of those confidence numbers. Some of the people I'm talking about don't trust maybe the big benchmark numbers as much, so they're going underneath the hood and trying to look at what's happening in the labor market, and they think the Fed might be freaking out about that a little bit. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I want to stay on the bond market for a moment. What are people talking about? You know, we have the global bond market discussions regularly where people are talking about yields on the long end really spiking across the board. We've been talking about that a little bit here and there, Shy. Craig's been bringing it up. I mean, what is kind of the talk of the town on the I should say, what is the concerns that some people have on what's happening on the long end?
So debt, unsustainable levels of debt everywhere, but back at Liberation Day, in the wake of that, it was the big narrative was the end of U.S. exceptionalism, right? This big rotation out of U.S. assets into the rest of the world. ROW was the trade that everyone was going to jump on. That did not come to fruition. We've seen equities turn around, but also bond yields. So bond yields elsewhere, if you look at Europe, have been blowing out. In fact, some people kind of worried that we were on the cusp of maybe some sort of sovereign bond crisis. Look at UK, look at France, government just collapsed. US yields have been going lower. So suddenly the US, again, relatively looks like a better situation than elsewhere in the world. So that relative performance, a lot of people are keeping an eye on that. It surprised some, especially in Europe. There's a big distinction, I think, between what folks in Europe and money managers in Europe still think and those in the US. They're still hanging on to a lot of concerns about the US. But I think folks here are saying, wait a minute, look at this. We're everybody's everybody's got problems, but we're the cleanest shirt in the dirty laundry type thing. So that's sort of the conversation the last few days, really looking at surprise and keeping an eye on that. The U.S. yields moving lower while the rest of the world still looks like they're Europe especially looks like they're struggling.
Yeah, before we get to some questions from Shy, what you kind of plugged it already. You said some things that they're all kind of in agreement about was not fading equity markets. That's never fun, fading that thing. But where is the disagreements coming?
Yeah.
I think the disagreement is about whether we're sort of in this sweet spot. So there are people who remain super bullish about the US who feel like there is a possibility that they have maybe a higher degree of confidence in the Trump administration being able to grow their way out of this sort of debt situation we have. That maybe it'll look something like a soft landing. You could have bond yields lower, equities moving higher, and that you can kind of get through this with a mild recession, a situation where even if things look frothy, we kind of back and fill a little bit, and they're pretty positive about the outlook. And there's some bullish calls out there to back that up. Other people I talk to are more concerned that we are seeing the economy really weaken severely, and we just don't see it yet. More like a Wile E. Coyote, right? We're off the cliff. We're in midair. Everything seems great because bond yields are moving down. Mortgage rates are moving down. It's going to juice equity markets. Everything's great. But they're really worried about the labor market deteriorating a lot more rapidly and a lot more seriously than other people. And if that happens, do you get this throwback cycle into it hits confidence, it hits earnings, and then suddenly people who maybe are out over their skis, who might be levered, start rushing for the exits. So that's the disagreement. So the other that brings everybody back to, so they don't want to short the equity market. What else? Everybody wants precious metals. Like you can't, I think I talked to Tony the other day. I know you commented on Twitter. He said, every day I come in and the miners and gold just up, no bid. Nobody wants to, or no offer. Nobody wants to sell these things. It's just a relentless rally higher. And the people who are confident want it. The people who are worried, I just mentioned, think that's the only trade to be in. Sort of everybody wants to be in precious metals, which is interesting and reflected in the price, right?
Yep, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been on a run along with miners. What are your overall, have you been hearing about, because we ask a lot of people where their stance is on rate cuts. Is the Fed behind the curve, or should they not cut rates? Everything is fine. What are you hearing?
It's switched. I don't know about you guys, but it feels like it's really pivoted in the last week or so from Jackson Hole. Everybody sort of thought that was them sort of succumbing to political pressure. Again, some of the people I'm talking to think they're seeing signs in the labor market that have them really worried. And so that they are going to cut. Maybe if they don't do 50, it's more because of the political pressure, because they don't want to be seen as bowing to political pressure and becoming just a sort of voice box of the White House. Otherwise, maybe they would. The problem is they have that what happened last time when they went more aggressively than the market expected. Bond yields actually went up. I don't think they wanted to do that. So they're sort of walking a fine line. I think that's why you've got to pay attention to the statement as well as what they say. So do they do 25 and telegraph much more aggressive? I mean, I have people saying they think it could be 150 basis points through this end of this year if things start to unravel in the labor market the way that they're concerned about. That's aggressive right now. It looks like for consensus, but I think this is where the conversation is going to be. Not will they, but how much and how aggressively will they cut?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then have you heard a lot about, we have seen kind of a movement out of U.S. Treasuries into gold from central banks, from other corporates. So are you hearing a lot about that? And are people worried about that?
So this is where I think it's a global divide. And I think that internationally, a lot of the macro folks I talk to are concerned about Treasury's long-term timeframe matters, right? Short-term, different story, because we could be seeing this. We could see yields respond to the Fed, not fight them in the near term, especially if the data starts to fall in line, inflation, labor. But internationally, I think that there are still people who think that treasuries are uninvestable. They're trying to diversify out of dollar. There's a lot of geopolitics woven into that, and concern about that, I think. Not sure that you're going to see that move into treasuries. However, I will say that every time a macro, especially an international macro person tells me that, I always want to talk about liquidity, right? Okay, well, they're all in gold, but you need liquidity, especially when things get tricky. And I'm not sure that they can not play in treasuries in that way. So do you see a big move, a big rally, but maybe not, but do you reluctantly see them putting money to work? Yes. I mean, maybe. So I think US wise, I think that you could see a reallocation back into bonds. People are going to jump on that trade if it seems like bonds are finally rallying, US money managers and the like. So I think there's a little bit of divide there. And I think that's going to be interesting to watch.
I want to talk about small caps because they have not participated in this rally. And, aside from Tom Lee, I'm not sure I've seen many people kind of like really push the RTY, tape, saying that they think that market could have a big move higher. They're not getting they're getting the Rodney Dangerfield, right? No respect. With yields coming down, the question is, our RTY, is the Russell 2000 starting to get more attractive to people? Has anybody been talking about them at all?
It's hard. It's one of those trades that hasn't worked for so long, right? I heard you talking about watching it before. It just hasn't worked. It's a really hard sell for people. I think it's just one of those situations. And if yields are coming down, why are they coming down? If they're coming down because the economy is starting to detonate, I mean, I'm not sure that's good for small caps, right? So I think it's like, how weak is the economy? Do you hit that sweet spot where it looks like a soft landing? Then yeah, maybe. But if it's something more severe, I'm not sure about that. I'm also and it could be a sector thing too. That's a tricky one. I think people would love to see it work. I don't think that anybody wants to take that bet right now, Anthony. I don't know. Are you taking that bet? Are you willing to stick your nose out there?
I am. I'm long RTY. That's why I'm
That's why he was asking.
Looking for help.
Why did I think
support.
there was
I need
a motive
support
to that question?
It could have been. Somebody in chat said, wonder what Maggie thinks or what people are saying about the VIX being so low. I mean, let's face it, Maggie. To me, it's a head scratcher to myself. I mean, we forget where we began this year.
Right.
We began this year with the market, just obviously it's one of the busiest markets we've had since COVID. And now all of a sudden it is like the VIX is just, I don't even know, was it even 15 shy?
It's 15.
15, yeah. I mean, wonderful. And so is anyone talking about the complacency of where we are right now in a situation where it's not just, it's tariffs. We don't talk about that anymore. You've got geopolitical tensions across the board, right? Globally,
Still.
all sorts of stuff going on all the time. You've got some political unrest in the country. That's been creeping in every so often. You see that in the headlines. Market does not care. VIX stays low. Traders are going, what's going to spark this thing? So what are people thinking about the VIX being as low as it is?
Yeah, I think that this has been an issue for a while, right? I mean, even earlier when we were swinging around more, I feel like what I'm told is people are more interested in watching the MOVE index than the VIX. They just feel like the VIX is not capturing everything that's going on. There's probably a lot of technical things behind that, and you folks probably know more about that than I want to venture into. But I feel like that hasn't felt like an accurate description in a while. I will say though, I don't think it's not measuring. I think there is complacency. I mean, that's what people worry about, right? Is that like when there's this level of complacency. But I will say that I think maybe we think that also because we're at this sort of relentless record highs. We're at record high at gold, record high at stocks. We see this AI tech just freight train that won't stop. So it feels like everyone's saying it's a bubble. It's 2000 again. It's whatever. Tony Greer just mentioned to me that if you look at the CNN fear and greed index, it's neutral. So, and so many people are wondering when we're going to get the pullback and worrying about that, that maybe there isn't as much complacency as we think if we're all talking about it all the time. So I kind of fight the emotional feeling that there's complacency given the crazy headlines in the world we're living in, even just this week. And then other people pointing out, listen, I've got some indicators that suggest maybe we're not in that territory. So that's kind of an open question, but I'm not sure the VIX is the indicator it used to be for that. I don't know. How do you guys, you know, you've watched it for years. Do you hear people saying that as well? And that maybe the move index is the place to watch?
No doubt. I mean, you know, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's just like, right, Shai? I mean, we hear about this a lot. You know, I mean, obviously, Jem is the someone who comes on here. I know you've spoken with Jem a lot about it. He talks about it, but that's not really my world is that much. But I'm just surprised at just how much. Sometimes it is also because we had such an extreme move that it sucks all the volatility out, and no one's really anticipating. You know,
well, and it's a trade that's been working.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, until it doesn't. Right.
They just keep piling in. Right.
That's it.
Until it blows up in your face, but
Brent Johnson.
It's been working.
Maggie, again, great to have you on board here at NinjaTrader Live.
You.
Great speaking with you this morning. Go ahead.
Great stuff. I just want to leave you with one more thought. And I don't know if you guys have mentioned this, but one thing, so we talked about where people are agreeing, disagreeing. I'll tell you another thing. I'm always looking for when I start hearing some of the smart people that I talk to kind of bring something up that's left for dead or been ignored or unloved for a while. And when I hear it multiple times, it kind of catches my eye. And a few of the guests that I've had on recently have all mentioned when I'm asking, well, if you're nervous about the record highs and equities and you feel like some of this stuff is stretched and you don't want to chase it, what do you like? You know, where do you see opportunity? Nat gas keeps coming up. It's another one of those that's left for dead. And so some people say yes, some people say no, but I'm just going to leave you at that. But that's been what's coming up. So I'm sort of paying attention to that.
All right, Maggie, we will end it there. Thank you so much. And now we're going to be talking natural gas in the next segment for sure. Everybody go follow Maggie Lake on X. Check out what she's doing with her YouTube channel. If you want to get good macro interviews and understand what's happening beyond the charts, go check out what Maggie Lake is doing. Maggie, see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, Shai. Who's our next guest? Who's coming on today?
Oh, I think it's Pax.
And he's already drilling me in chat. Should we hold out on him? No, I'm going to hold him out. I'm going to make him sweat it out a little bit. You know what? Let's, first of all, good morning, chat. Let's get the likes up, everybody, here for my brother Pax that's coming in here. I got to go through chat and say hi to everybody. Of course, Engineer Bear. We've got Paulie, Ivan, Thomas Millett, Melvin, Axel, Gary. And we have a lot of people on chat today coming in to see my boy Pax Emilio. I say it, and nobody ever laughs at it, Shai. I can't tell if they're laughing. But does not anybody know it's the night at the Roxbury? I mean, come on, man. William, Miscellaneous, Infinity Works, Hey Jude, Jesus Martinez, Mark, Fractal Firmament, Gary, good morning, Dr. Serena Reap, Richie Rich, Kenshin, Larry Pumpkin, Lee B, Toasty Trades, SV, JD Florida Man, Ozark PB, we've got My Serona, man, we've got Man Dude is in here, Mark S, Mr. Whiskers, good morning from Texas, he says. We got Short Life Hacks. I got to scroll through. He's hammering the messages this morning. Good morning, Cooper, Philip. We've got Czar Trader, Chris, Leo's Cap, and of course Pax is in chat. He's in there drilling me about the Russell. I got to have a little beef with him. I've got over 40 points into that trade so far, Pax. What do you think about that, buddy? We got Cos Peroni. We've got everybody. Look at Nick, Rahul, Dejan, everybody. All right. Oh, Rahul, first time here. Thank you for being here, my brother. All right, let's get the likes up and also hit the subscribe button. Let's get us to 150K because why? On Ferragamo Friday, we're going to be giving away a pair of Ferragamos, and Pax is going to be picking out who that is. And this is going to, that whole thing in its own right, how he picks who it is going to be amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
All right, let's bring him in.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Are we live? Is this going?
Hold on, I got to pee.
Get closer to the camera.
Hold on, I got to go to the bathroom here. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Listen to Maggie.
Oh my God!
Listen to Maggie. I forgot that I'm 57 years old and that I have to go to the bathroom every 15 minutes. I'm just teasing. How about Natty Gas, Russell? You know, all right. Now you got 40 points into the trade. But if you're trading the NASDAQ, you'd have 400 points into the trade. If you're trading the S&P, you would have, I don't know. When did you buy that? Do you remember?
But I have more gray hair too, dude. I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, I
don't
like
know.
the slow movers these days. You know what I mean? Come on. Let's ride the wave, baby.
Kind of like my gray hair. Yesterday, Tracy was busting my kartoffels on Twitter, telling me that my hair looks more and more like yours. I don't know. I'm a little older than you. I think your hair looks more and more like mine.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'll go with that. That's all right. I mean, no one else will go with it, but I'll go with it. I mean, if that's what you want, we'll play that story. Yeah. Somebody say short life hacks tomorrow. It will be all about YM. It could be. I'm getting into all the, kind of the not so good markets, but so Pax, you know what I want to start off with today? Rollover. I mean, we're going to be talking about it all morning, but let's talk about like today. Well, just we talked about all the different names that today is, and really the most important thing that today is that normally you and I wouldn't even be here. You and I would be somewhere else. We wouldn't even be here. Why wouldn't we be here?
Because it's rollover. I'm just all right. I'm just kidding. Because we talked a little bit about this on Monday. It's not about price discovery today, Monday, and maybe even Tuesday. It's about I liked your line. It's not about what people want to do. It's about what they have to do. So it's not about price discovery right now. It's about rolling open interest. Now, there's a lot of things about rollover that I don't like. Now, for the majority of our career, the vast majority of my whole career, except for the last, I think since 2022, so the last 2-3 years, the rollover 2-week period has been something I have historically not traded. I just take those times off. I would go to Arizona or to Wisconsin or just, to sleep. And, this is the reason is because, a move that would give us in the NASDAQ a 65 handle or 130 handle move all of a sudden stops at 30, 40 points. When I say handles, I mean points. In the S&P, something that would be 30 to 40 to 45 point move all of a sudden is 10. So a good move is going to stop in the middle of nowhere, or volatility comes out of nowhere. And so I just wouldn't trade it because the way that the markets trade during rollover shifts and changes. So the things that work don't all of a sudden necessarily work, and the things that don't work all of a sudden kind of work, and that's scary to me. So now with, because remember, there's a million ways to make money trading futures, but there's 20 million ways to lose money. And I got to protect myself from all of those little things that I don't see lurking, and, all those little danger spots I don't see lurking. So now that interest rate, now that asset prices continue to inflate, we keep making all-time highs, and okay, like Maggie was saying, there's no offer in this. Nobody's looking to short this. That doesn't mean that I want to be long this, but I'm not going to short it. The point, though, until my process gives me that short, but the point is that since like 22, I think it's 22, I have to look and figure it out. But, the point is that since 22, with interest rates higher, with asset prices inflated, the cost to carry the front month has exponentially increased from, again, for all of our career has been a few ticks to maybe a point. The spread between the front month and the back month, or the front month and the tradable month, is now huge. The spread is now it's been as high as 65 points. The spread in December S&P right now is 55 points, and the NASDAQ is over 200 points. The NASDAQ is 220 points. So December NASDAQ is trading at 24,262. SEP-NAS, which is still the front tradable month, is 24,029. Now, and the S&P is 6642 and a half, and SEP that's the S&P. SEP S&P is 6587. So that renders it today. Well, okay, now here's a whole nother point, is the rollovers have been happening later and later and later. There is about 2 million, there's a little less than 2 million open positions, open interests, or open positions in the S&P. And we've only rolled like 100,000 of it. Now today, again, and for most of our career, we have already rolled, Thursday or Friday. the volume in D's right now, the volume in September S&P is 122,000. The volume in D's is only 30,000. So if your front ends rolled to December, manually roll them back to September. If you are planning on trading today, we are not trading December until the volume is heavier in that month, which looks to me, it looks like it could be Tuesday, because there's still over 1.8 million contracts to roll, and the volume is still so much heavier in SEP. So maybe we roll midday Monday, maybe we roll early Tuesday. Either way, today and Monday and Tuesday are not days for me to spend any money. I will not be in front of the screens on Monday. I will be in front of the screens, but I will not be trading Monday, and I will not be trading Tuesday. I will take the first couple attempts out this morning to see if I can catch something easy, but nothing more than a scratch or maybe a 1 or 2 tick expense. That's it. Wednesday, we come into Wednesday in FOMC, and the volatility. When I say volatility, I mean momentum of the market. The momentum of the market can be quite exacerbated because of the roll. We'll still be in rollover Wednesday. It doesn't end until Thursday. So we'll still be rolling contracts going into Wednesday. And that's another reason I think that the roll is happening later. I think that, people want to see whether or not they close positions or leave positions open going into the Fed. But I'm expecting some exacerbated momentum. If we get a 50-point move, maybe it's going to be 75 or 80 points. If it's 100 points, maybe it'll be 150. Go back to December 18th of last year, my best trading day of 2024. We broke 245 points during the press conference. We went from 61.25 to 59.09. In the S&P. That was a great trading day. We had 45 15-handle rotations. I don't think we're going to get that kind of volatility, but who knows how Greenspan answers questions. I mean, Powell. See how old I am? I do.
Are you really going back to
I
Greenspan?
know. I was like, Greenspan.
What is going on?
No, I mean,
You know
Powell,
what?
how he answers questions in the presser.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Short Life Hacks is going Deli's taking notes. So what I'm doing is I'm writing something down because I don't know how long Pax is going to talk for. So in case I don't forget, because it could be.
There you go.
I'm going. Yeah. All right. Well, I just want to make sure I go. That's all it is. I mean, it's part of the process. So I want to show. Go ahead, Pax.
I was just going to say, to speak in your neighborhood vernacular, affinably.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
I've been working on that for 2 weeks.
So yeah, you could see look at these right now, all the way up here. You're starting to see some volume, like you said, starting to come in. And I agree with you. The roll is coming late, and probably a big reason is because again, the CPI and PPI data. People saying to themselves, "Do I want to hold on to these positions?" They probably had positions, going into these data points and saying, "Do we going to roll these?" And now that the markets have kind of made a move, I think everyone's going like, "Okay, now what do we do here with these?" Right? And again, I get that premium, man, is crazy. I mean, it's like we never saw this, and that spread always would come back down. Remember, guys would just trade for like 4 to 5 to 6 days a quarter and make like $1 million that week because the spread almost did the same thing. That is gone. That trade to me is just gone.
Yeah, those guys would come in, so the way that the majority of the open interest rolls is through the spread. There's a spread market. And if you guys have positions on in September and you want to roll them, if you're long, you're long S&P from 60.10 or, wherever, 64.02, and you want to keep those positions, if you roll it through the spread, you call your broker, call your FCM, and they'll roll it for you in the spread, and you'll get those prices. If you're long from SEP in 64.02, you roll it in a spread, you will get that price in D's. They'll roll it. So, they'll buy one, sell the other through the spread. I'm not going to explain that real fast, but, there's a way of doing it where you get the prices you need. Otherwise, if you roll it manually, you're going to be long from 65.42 and not the price, 66.42, not the price you want. So when we were on the floor, there was the S&P pit had their own little spread area, where these spreaders would come in and trade only during the 2 weeks during roll. and they would trade huge size. It would be, like just a quarter tick between the bid and the offer, and they'd be quarter on 5,000 and, 10,000 offered at 75, sold by him. And it was sold by him all day long. These guys were just scalping a tick on, on huge size in the spread. And it was really risk-free money. And they made ungodly amounts of money. Even the brokers would fill, the 3 or 4 brokers that were in that little area would fill so much business. That's all they needed to work was just the week, 2 weeks during roll. I mean, that's it. That's all they did. It was an amazing kind of a thing. It was a very,
and that's just, like I said, it's done.
Yeah, done.
Yeah. I want to bring in Shy. She's not going to get a word in edgewise between you and I. We're animals. I'm sorry, Shy.
I'm just
sorry, Trace.
Just sitting back and watching the party. No, I think also another reason why is there's so many retail traders trading this now more so than there has been, and retail platforms haven't rolled yet. So I think that's why we're kind of seeing a later roll these days. And I've noticed this is not the only time that's happened.
Yeah. Shy, we've got here, because we've got here only just for a little bit longer. What's going on this morning? I know we've got a lot more people coming in here. Any news that's been coming out or anything that we need to look at coming out, forecasting the rest of today?
Again, we have University of Michigan sentiment and inflation expectations coming in at 10 a.m. That has moved markets before. I do not think that this is going to be an outside surprise. I think the numbers are going to come in line, but do be aware that is coming out at 10. And then, of course, Trump is on fire, tweeting about the Fed this morning, and is also suggesting always late, too late, Powell. And
That's
then he's also talking about Russia. He's losing patience with Russia, and he suggests that he could come down with very hard sanctions on Russia. And let's see what crude's doing on that. Crude is flat on that.
Yeah, it didn't move much. Yeah, so he's obviously pounding the tape. I want to go to you, Pax, on the bond market. I don't know what key levels you have coming up here. We'll get to your charts later. Right now, I've just been looking at the same area, man. It's like we broke out above that April high, right? And I talked about that this morning, right? The bonds have already rolled too. So it's like for them, they're already moved on to the next contract. Yeah. So seeing what they're doing is you had last couple of days, took out those April highs, and now today we're back down. I don't think it's too big of a deal that they're down today, but we keep getting pulled back in this range. Are there any key areas you're looking at up in here? Because I'm wondering, like, if the bond market just pulls back into this range, it becomes kind of like whatever, right? If it keeps going up, I wonder what people start to look at the bond market and think, okay, we're going up on the long end now. You start getting that fear trade a little bit, and you wonder how that does potentially impact equities. Thoughts on bonds this morning, Pax?
Man, I should have texted you Tuesday and Wednesday like I wanted to. I talked or called you. I talked about on Monday in our stream together, I talked about where bonds wanted to trade to, which is 117.13. I can't believe you forgot that already. Are there any important levels? Yeah. The 100-week
moving average. Let me check my notes. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, thanks. Don't you hang on every word I say, for God's sakes. I mean, seriously. I am not that smart, so please don't hang on every word I say. You know what? Let me tell you, I'm not going to be on CNBC anytime soon. They don't want to hear from a trader. They want to hear from people that are smart. I'm paid to react, not paid to think. Anyway, so the bonds were trading at like 116.25, 23 on Monday. That was the opening range. And the ultimate goal in the market in the 30-year bond was, from a tradable standpoint, was 117.13. That's the 100-week moving average. So the bonds always move to the simple moving average. The bonds always move to these bigger moving averages. It's where, it's where funds, it's where the big macro traders are all looking at. Above here, we've traded above here. We closed above here. We went, I think we made a high of 118.06. If the bonds can sustain a bid above 117.13, and of course, it all depends on what happens. Well, I mean, the inflation numbers, except for whatever we've got out at 10, is are out. CPI is out. Looked like bonds were going to rally, and that they were going to try to price in another cut and ACH or NOV, and maybe we'll wait until later on in the week, early next week. But if we can sustain a bid above 117.13 in the 30-year bond, then we should trade up to 120.08, and that is going to be the high of I don't know. I got to look at it.
So we're in a critical area right now because we're testing it right now.
We are. 120.18 is December 2nd high. And that we broke from there all the way down to, I don't know, 110.19 and made the low of the year. So 120.18 above 117.13, it's going to be 120.18. And then above that, we're looking at the highs of April. That's 122.05. So the bonds always trade into these macro zones, into these old highs and old lows, and test them, retest them, and to the moving averages. The 30-year bond is not the notes either. It's not rocket science. Once there's a bid and it's got, if you buy the bond opening range, let's say you buy, for the sake of discussion, you buy 117.07. So you've got a tick edge into it because we're trading at 08. You've got to sit here with it. You can sit here. You've got no risk on it because you got a scratch stop in, so you're okay, or maybe a tick or two. But you got to sit with it. But when the 30-year bond gets up and going, man, it goes. So, you're sitting here long 117.07 for 4 or 5 hours and it doesn't move. And then before you know it, you're trading at 118.06 again. You take that out and you're running. That's the difficult part, I think, of trading the bonds is that, those of us that trade the equities have almost an instant gratification mode of looking at things. We know pretty quickly whether or not the trade is going to work or not. 30-year, 10-year, 5-year, 2-year, you got in the yield curve, you have to sit with something for a little bit before it works. I don't know why I went down that path, but anyway, the bonds are a great trade. Don't sleep.
We never know why you go down any path.
Sometimes I can weave it back around.
Yeah, you're a good weaver. Shai, before we let you go,
I don't know what to do with this conversation.
She has no idea. Shai's just sitting here going, "This is amazing.
This is amazing."
Come on, Trace. I gave you some great levels in the bonds.
I wrote them down too.
Thanks.
I have all those moving averages as well. We broke out of a triangle. I actually posted that somewhere.
She's probably messaging me right now. She's going, Deli, get me the hell out of here right now.
No, I love that.
She would never say that.
Is it noon yet? Is it 5 yet?
No, ooh, getting late here. I know, we could be overwhelming. I know, you know how we are. Shai, last words before we let you go today.
So everybody just going to be a quiet day. It's rollover, so just be careful out there.
Yep. All right, Shai, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You're the best, Tracy. I love you. I'll see you Monday or Tuesday, whenever I'm going to be back.
Yeah, when are you coming back? Are you going to be here Monday?
I
know I won't be here Monday. You may not be here Monday. You better check your schedule. Don't be telling everybody when you're going to be here if you don't know.
Monday or Tuesday. I'll be here Monday or Tuesday. I don't know. Sav told me Monday, and then she said Tuesday, so I'm a little confused. I'll have to look at the schedule.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, by the way, great
one thing
reference earlier, the night of the
here we go.
Roxbury. That was hilarious. Nobody
gets it.
That, but I got it.
Nobody gets it.
I got it. Yeah.
You got it. I know. I can see you laughing. Do you remember when you were in the studio and you and I, when Pax came in for the opening of the studio, what movie we were watching and we were crying? Because Pax and I, we laugh at like this kind of, those kind of stupid movies. What was the movie we were watching?
Oh, I don't remember. That was hilarious, though. And I never saw it.
I don't think I laughed at it.
Because you wanted to. What was that?
What the hell? We'll think of it. I mean,
Shab, what was that?
God, I'll think of it.
Shab was with us. Oh my gosh, that movie was hilarious, dude.
Oh God, I know. Well, you and I we could just keep going. I know. So one thing I was looking at was not Reservoir Dogs. This was me and him when we get together. We have a drink and we just we'll watch a movie and we laugh. We were crying. I don't even remember how hard we were laughing. It was unbelievable.
Oh,
One thing I
crying.
was noticing too, Pax, I was looking at this, the COT data on the bonds, and every time we get up in here, they keep increasing on the bonds and the 10-year. And I was looking at the COT data on this. Every time we get up in this area right here, they start increasing short positions on the long specs or the large specs and the commercials every single time.
Yeah.
And so again, going back to like your level right here, what this does into next week, I think is pretty important for the market because again, you've got short positions building up in here. You can go back and look at, where was I looking at this? Yeah. So like today, I'm just looking at the cumulative delta. Just seeing, sellers have stepped in. The last couple days, sellers have been stepping in here, protecting this bond area. Like you said, 117.13. We'll see how that holds coming into next week. I think it's going to be a key level to watch. Talking about Pax's levels here, and if it does start to get back above it, what does that mean? Until then, bonds staying kind of weak today doesn't really matter much for me going into this rollover Friday. I'm going to go to the NASDAQ too. Oh, one thing I want you to answer while I'm pulling up charts here, and somebody put this in chat, and it's such an important thing to discuss. It's like, why are they priced higher months out, right? So we talk about backwardation, contango. I mean, people are obviously looking at that much more closely when you're looking at commodities because it has a much stronger impact. I probably should have talked about that with Tracy because when you look at oil and stuff like that, that's a whole nother kind of level is why they're looking at it. And equities, it's kind of gets interesting here. It's like, obviously with futures, they're forecasting higher quarters out so the market gets bid up. But why do you think it means anything? The fact that the market's priced higher across the board at such a premium. What do you think about that?
Oh man, yeah, I do think it means something, and I would be surprised if they take us out next week anywhere near here. Frankly, please now listen to me. Nobody run out and sell anything because of what I'm about to say. Don't do it because we can probably turn around and rally 200 points. But there's two things I think is going to wind up happening, and this is a little conspiratorial, but they're not going to settle SEP S&P next Friday anywhere near here. I am going to guess. Now, this is a guess. And remember, I don't trade my guesses. I trade my process. But I'm going to guess that they're going to settle them lower, so we can see a bit of a break on Wednesday during Fed. And now the market is not telling us that. The price action of the market is not telling us this. This is just my own experiential ideas, okay? Because now, if they can settle D's out of whack. Now, SEP, if we're trading at 65.90 on Friday, and they settle the SEP contract at 64.80. That gives everybody, the funds, it gives institutional traders and investors and anybody else managing any sort of money for anybody. It gives them a much easier rally on the upside. So now we close at 64.02. That's a quarterly pivot or wherever, 64.80, wherever they settle it. And now when we begin to rally after that, then everybody's up a bigger percentage and it looks better on everybody's balance sheets. So I think that they're going to try to break it. Now, I thought that in what month are we now? We're in September. So I thought that in June, and we ended up expiring at 60.10. So they sucked that premium out. They did not whack us. They did not whack the back month too far away from the front month. They think the front month was trading at 60.70 on the day that we expired, and they settled us at 60.10. So that made that level incredibly pivotal. So below it short, above it long, and then it gives us the macro levels. So in the long run, there's nothing in this price action that's telling me that we're going to break. But I would be surprised if they take us out next week. If they settle it, when I say take us out, where do they settle? Where they close? I would be very surprised if they settle the contract next Friday anywhere near this level. So I don't know if that's what you wanted me to answer. Now, the cost to carry the front month is much more expensive because of the interest rates and because of the inflated prices, which means that we're going to be trading at a $55 premium. So I would expect that they're going to settle D's much lower than they're going to settle SEP much lower than where D's is trading. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's my own
exactly.
guess.
I think the one thing that, yeah, And the thing is, I think when people see the price difference, I think the one thing that to point out is it doesn't mean that they're going to come together, right? I mean, because that's what we talked about, is that, it doesn't mean short the next contract into SEP, expiration. It doesn't mean buy SEP that it's going to catch up to DEES expiration or
Right.
DEES,
Right.
pricing. I think that's where a lot of people, when they look at that's the point. I'm hoping people understand is that, look at, I mean, there's variables as to why, things are priced the way that they are. It doesn't mean that there's a trade opportunity there. I think
Right.
that's the most important thing. Heading
Well, not
into
for
the
us.
open today, Pax, we're getting at the top of the hour here. Let's move over to your charts. Let's take a look at what you're looking at coming into today. Let's talk about some key levels as we get into 9 o'clock on the East Coast time for Capital Preservation Friday. It soon will be Uncensored Friday, everybody. That's okay. He waits a little bit. He gets warmed up before we get going. And of course, Ferragamo Friday is coming, Pax, because I don't know, maybe not everyone has heard me talk about it yet this morning and maybe last week. But when we get to 150,000 followers on NinjaTrader YouTube, which we're close now, like just over 3,000 away, Pax is going to be giving away a pair of Ferragamos. Pax, how do you propose we go about you giving away these Ferragamos in chat? Like, I mean, what's the thought process there? Shab's going to, be upset that you and I are discussing how we're going to do this, but I mean, this is going to be something.
I don't have. I want to give them to my favorite trader. That means that I'm either going to give them to you or me. Oh, look, I won the Ferragamos.
Oh, okay.
So I'll do whatever you want me to do. You guys all know the old saying of, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. You know that saying. So, every so often old things will pop into my head and will come out. My demeanor, my whole demeanor changes when the market opens, and either I'm managing my own trades, or I'm managing, I'm helping manage the traders in my group. I have, look, I'm at the part of my career where I don't want to trade every day. I don't need to trade every day. I'm just looking to pick my spots and to maximize them. If I do that at all, I've accomplished my goals, and now it's a matter of preserving what I've done, because I did not do that in the first phase of my career. I didn't have goals, and I should have, and I had no idea how to preserve and protect it. And, and that's different in this stage of the game. Anyway, so that became my Ferragamos are my favorite loafer, my favorite shoes. So it ended up becoming, come on, Daddy needs a new pair of Ferragamos. So let's see if we get another example of that today. And I don't know, let's see. How do you want to do it? You want to do it with somebody that has, like the funniest post in chat, or the most insightful post in chat, or the most posts in chat, or just, the best name in chat. I don't know. There's a million ways we can do it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we gotta think about this, because chat, what do you guys think? How should we figure out the way to pick who's going to get Ferragamos? Let us know your thoughts in there.
I got an idea.
People think how they're going to get.
How about is there a
that's
way?
right. People didn't know what Ferragamos were. Did you see that, Tanya? Remember that? Remember it was She's like, "What's Ferragamos?" Right? And so we might have to give away a pair of Jimmy Choos. If a girl wins, it's going to be a Jimmy Choo, and we'll do that in Tanya's segment. And if a guy wins in yours, it's going to be the Ferragamos. Ferragamos, somebody said too. I'm curious to see what Chad thinks, but go ahead.
So one way is there a way to know who downloaded the Pax opening range indicator? Do we have a list of that? We can choose somebody from that list. If you download the indicator, you get your name thrown into a hat here. How about that?
Yeah, I think that could. XY giving away for a Versace robe for sure. That's going to happen. I mean, that's like going. I think we could do that, Pax. I think if everyone downloads whoever downloads Pax's indicator, and make sure that they subscribe to NinjaTrader Live. We can pick from that pool. I think that could do it. That's a great idea. Look at you, man. You're a visionary.
I am a visionary.
This is unbelievable. Look at you coming up with stuff like this.
Speaking of visionaries, hurry up and download it now, because at 8:45 I'm going to start charging a nickel for it. $500. I'm just kidding. It's free.
Better download it quick.
Yeah, it's a free indicator.
Download it now. You got 15 minutes. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, hurry up. Otherwise, it'll be a nickel.
There's
dying. No, it's free.
Yeah,
It's free.
no, it is in it is in chat. Go there and download it so you can follow along what Pax is doing today with the opening range. You see so many people talk about the opening range on X, and nobody has. I mean, look at, you've been trading it forever, and nobody has got the better explanation on how to do it than what you do and what you're doing with the Pax group. So again, download Pax's opening range indicator, because that gives you an opportunity to follow along. And the bonus is you might get a pair of Ferragamos.
Yeah. Nice pair of Ferragamos. So this is, I don't know. It's that was, I can't wait until I hear the recording of, oh yeah, that cracked me up the other day when poor Tanya was like, what in God's name is this?
I know, she didn't know. I know. And I told her, I go, a lot happened since you've been gone. I'm just
Oh man. Oh man, that was funny. That cracked me up. Poor Tanya had no idea what she was talking about. I don't. Does it work on trading? It's for Ninja.
Easy.
Yeah. All relaxed, and she's stuck between us.
Yeah. I know. Shy was like this today. Shy was like this. She was like, there's no way someone's getting a word in edgewise between you and I. Now imagine if we brought Donnie in here.
Oh,
I would just hit mute. I wouldn't. Do you guys, when you're on a call, I said this to you the other day, when you and Donnie, DCP, are on a call, do you guys just both hit mute and just talk? And then you guys just say goodbye at the end, talk for 45 minutes, and then just go, oh, yeah, that was great, and then that's it? Or do you guys have like a conversation?
I've eaten a full dinner by muting out, let him talk, come back in. And I'm sure he's got half a bag on by the time I'm done talking.
Oh God,
I told him a couple of weeks ago, we did a Twitter Spaces, and when he talks about stir and the yield curve, I mean, he's great. I love listening to him, but I don't understand half of what he says. And I told him that. I said, Donnie, I don't understand half of what you're telling me, but I've known you for 35 years. I trust every word of it. I thought that was funny.
I know.
He's great.
He is priceless. Let's go into some NASDAQ levels, Pax. So we got a lot of NASDAQ traders today coming into today. We've talked some S&P stuff. Let's take a look at NASDAQ and see what you're thinking coming into the open today. What do we got? 23 minutes-ish?
I think the NASDAQ. Yeah, here's the schnaz. So, look at yesterday's 15-minute rotation was 24,060. The all-time high. Now, so I'm not a big fan of the NASDAQ right now. So, when the NASDAQ breaks, or when the markets broke a couple weeks ago, or not even a couple weeks ago, last week when the S&P broke down to 54, 52 or something, and then the week before that, the NASDAQ led on the downside. Okay. Is the NASDAQ weaker? Yeah, the NASDAQ is weaker lately, not as a whole. I think the NASDAQ is up 30-something%. The S&P is down, is lagging by 10%. But since June expiration, the NASDAQ has been just a little bit weaker than the S&P, especially in this last leg up. So I think we made the first high. I know we did. August 13th was when we made the all-time high in the S&P. The high that day was 6502. The high the NASDAQ made that day is 24,068. 24,068 has still yet to be traded since then. So August 13th was and the S&P high of 4502 was stronger than the NASDAQ high of 24,068. NASDAQ could have been another couple hundred points higher. Since then, the S&P has made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new all-time highs, and the NASDAQ still hasn't traded that price. So that makes it very difficult for me to want to be long S&P, frankly. I sure don't want to be short either. I will not short this. There's no point in reason in shorting it. But it makes it very difficult to maintain a long position. And I've been flat. I think I've been very vocal about that. I've been mostly flat, the S&P now for, a few weeks, since 64 even, really. So I want to see the NASDAQ get above this rotation yesterday, 24,060. And we're going to open up pretty close to it. Right now we're trading at 24,048. So if we can rotate ourselves above 24,060 and we can take out the high of 24,068, then we've got a couple hundred points into that move. We're gonna trade back up to 24,000. It should be like, let me see if I can, 24,240. So we've got another above 24,068. We should see 24,240 pretty quickly. I don't know how to draw horizontal lines on this, but we've got another couple of hundred points above that. And that will not be difficult. But man, this level has been such huge resistance. And what I think is scary about this is that it's sucking in a lot of people short in this market. A lot of retail traders are having difficult. I talked about this last Friday in the stream too. We were gapping at a new all-time high off of unemployment. So I think that the retail trader wants to sell those gaps. The retail trader wants to sell the all-time high. It's just, I don't know. Is it a natural way of thinking? Not to me, but to most people, I suppose. And that's, I'm afraid, is sucking in a lot of people into shorting this market. So there'll be stops above 24,068, and we should see a new leg up, and that'll be interesting to see. So then above that, 24,240. Above that, we're up into the 25,000 handle pretty quickly.
Yeah, I know the NASDAQ. So much for September seasonality being weak, right? So far, Pax, I've been writing about this in my my morning note. Nothing about this tape has shown me any sort of weakness. And one of the things, I don't know if you caught Brent Johnson earlier on this week. He's Santiago Funds. I really like Brent a lot. I mean, I like him just as a person a lot too. I think he's funny, and I think that he loves stirring the pot on X, and I really enjoy his work as well. And one of the things that he talked about was, it's basically the complacency, right? Like, we're here, like, all the good news is priced in. And I know that you're going to say we follow our process, we do all that. I get it. But I think just this environment itself of like why it's kind of where we are, why this area is so difficult is because the market volatility is just completely compressed. You've got, so everyone's so complacent up here. The market just keeps drifting higher. And it's like, at some point, are we going to start seeing, volatility creep back in? And is it all going to come all at once is kind of what Brent was saying, was like, okay, we just keep grinding higher. And then ultimately at some point when we go down, it's like a waterfall. I'm not saying he's right for thinking that that's what's going to happen, but it's
I am. I'll say he's right.
What does it? Yeah. I mean, I think it's very likely if we start to drift lower, that's what could happen.
Yes, I absolutely believe that that's going to be the case. I mean, we've seen it. How many times in our lives and in our careers have we seen it? And that's a whole nother thing. So, you're long up here, and there's no sign that the market is going lower. So you get long, you're maybe trailing a stop, you get a little complacent, and then boom, it comes out of nowhere. Remember back to December 18th, that was, let me see if I can change this to a daily real quick. December 18th was a super, super important day. And, because it was a very similar trade. Here it is. Yeah, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. It was a very similar trade.
I remember that exact time.
Yeah. And it was during the press conference, and I don't remember exactly. I'm not a macro trader, so I don't remember what he said. But we turned around and we broke from 61 quarter to 59.09 during the press conference. So in the last hour of the day, the 245 point sell-off, that volatility came out of nowhere. That volatility came out and it screwed a lot of people. And then we bounced back up and tested the highs within it. I don't know what the new year. We opened at 59.49, and then by the second week of January, we're at all-time highs again. So, I'm not saying that that's going to happen on Wednesday, but I think that we can get a similar trade. If not Wednesday, then sometime soon. Now, again, like we said earlier, to caveat that, I will not be selling it because of my opinion. I'll sell it when we're below the opening range and we start tailing off. Now, I think also, here's another thing. I think that we're done. The quarter's over. We've seen, we can see an all-time high. We will see an all-time high. But I don't think we're going to see any surprises except for maybe Wednesday, depending on the press conference and how he answers questions. But when we get a new expiration price next Friday, in my group, we're going to have all new pivots, all new levels, and we get all new capital flow into the markets, and we will start picking up again. Momentum will start picking up either higher or lower, based on where they settle this on September 22nd on Monday. I think that's September 22nd or September 3rd. And we're going to start to really, really, really flow again. There'll be flow. There'll be ebbs and flows. Does the volatility come there? Downside volatility? I don't know. It might. I don't know. I don't know when it's coming. I'm not Larry Williams. I'm not going to try to time it. I'm just I'm just going to trade my process. But when we do start breaking, I'm going to look for those. I'm going to look for these 15 handle rotations that we get, and I'm going to be looking to hammer them. And where did it go? Here, right here. Here's yesterday's 15 handles. We start taking it out. I'm gonna be banging them out underneath tier, all the way down. And it's gonna. This was yesterday's opening range. I'll sell 89 EFs. I'll buy them at 74 EF, take profit. I'll sell more. I'll be ready for it. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna keep my powder dry. I'm gonna keep my feet up, and I'm gonna make sure it's easy like Sunday morning. And if I can catch something today, I'm gonna take 2 attempts out of the opening range. If I can catch something and it's easy, meaning I pay for it pretty quickly, well, that's good. If it's not, well, I'm going to shut it down and we'll start telling stories. Tell you what it was like on the floor when I lost $1.5 million in 3
You were on the floor?
I was. Did you know that? I was in the NASDAQ pit.
Yeah,
the NASDAQ pit. Yeah.
I'm Pax. I want to show my chart real quick. I'm going to show my chart real quick. Talking about what Pax was saying, I mean, I got to tell you what, man. You got to love Pax for remembering these prices and stuff way back when. I mean, it's incredible how he does that. I got to tell you, it's impressive. I mean, and you go back and I was looking at this and I boxed out that area that he's talking about to where we are now. Can't tell me, Pax, that those two areas look very, very similar to what we're doing right now. That's kind of slow sideways grind higher, and you've got like this. Look at here. Then a higher high, break, consolidation higher. And we are in this moment right now. I mean, look at that, everybody. I mean, this looks identical to what this set was. Doesn't mean that it will happen, right? Past performance not indicative of future results. I think that's the term for that. But again, when I look at this, I go back to like what Brent was saying. And again, here's the thing that's good about this is that like seeing this stuff and, the market's going to prove to us that you don't need to be early. Because when it does happen, look at how much happened after that. And again, we're not saying that's what's going to happen. But the bottom line is, today is what today is, and we're going to execute for what today is. But if there's going to be a scenario where volatility is going to come, to me, in this moment, Pax, it was very transparent that all of a sudden we're going to start getting volatile. You and I were talking about it all the time back then in February, Yeah. And it doesn't happen until it does, and that's the key. So I just wanted to share that and show that it's like, again, it feels like that same type of situation where the market's just kind of getting wooed into sleep here. And let's see, who knows? The volatility also could be the opposite, where we actually get volatility higher. We don't talk about that a lot, right? The flip side is this market just starts to explode a little bit, and the VIX actually does go up, and volatility goes up as we're moving higher, and we start to break out across the board. That could happen. I mean,
it sure can. It sure can. We can. I expected in January, February, when we made that high in March and we broke, I expected either a whole nother fresh leg up, or we're going to break like crazy, and we did. Now we also had the catalyst of the tariffs and things. There'll be a catalyst that's either going to break us or run us up. So either way, we're either going to get a whole leg up, and that's going to take us up to the 68 handle in the S&P pretty quickly, or we're going to break like crazy. and I'm flat. I don't. That was an excellent point, Anthony. Is independent traders or slash retail traders. I don't like the term retail, but as independent traders or retail traders, it is incumbent upon us to not pick a top or not pick a bottom. I say that constantly. But everybody wants to be right. I'm not trading to be right. I'm trading to make money. Period. I am not trading to be right. I've got my opinions like everybody else, and I've expressed a few of them today. But I am trading to make money, man. That's it. So if we start down, well, I've got my macro zones. I'll have my flattened zones, and I'll have my 15-handle rotations, and I'll start selling them. If we start up, I'll have my macro, come September 22nd, I'll have my macro zones, my flattened zones. I'll know what side the capital flow is headed to, and I'll use my 15-handle rotations to get long and to add to them. I don't need to be early. I don't want to be early. I'm never early. I would rather wait, in the break last August when we traded down in the S&P, August of 24, we traded from 57.21 to 51, depending on what you're looking at. The overnight session was 51.20. The low was 51.46 during RTH. I kept telling everybody, that was a Monday. I kept telling everybody, don't buy dips, don't buy dips, don't buy dips, don't pick bottoms, and I got trolled all over Twitter for it because we rallied, 200 points in the next week or so. Well, you know what? What dip are you going to buy? The 57s, the 56s, the 55s, the 54s? By the time we get down to 51.46, and you're right, you've lost, the majority of your money. So buy them on the way back up, sell them on the way back down. Don't pick a top up here. You can get run over. We can be trading a 68 handle in a minute and a half next week or 2 weeks from now. Just trade the price action as it is, not as you think or want it to be. Trade what's in front of you, not what you think it should be. Please, you're just don't be early.
Yeah.
Don't be early.
Yeah, early is the worst thing because then you never hold for the whole move anyway. I've learned that so many times. I'd much rather be late. Because when I'm late, I tend to hold the move longer. When I'm early, I can't wait to get out when it starts going my way. And everyone can tell me, oh, yeah, you've got your targets, your stops, and all that. But, that early little shimmy shake, all of a sudden you're trailing your stop a little bit tighter. I like catching moves as they're underway. Again,
Yes.
That's why, Pax, we'll talk about this today. When you get and you say, I like it easy, because that's exactly the point. Easy is when the market is going in the direction that you're looking at based upon the reaction to your stuff. And when it goes that way in an easy way, that's a great reaction, then you want to hold it. If the market is not giving it to you easy, typically when you're early, it's not going to give it to you easy. It's kind of doing a lot of shimmy shakes, so you end up over trading it or what happens. A lot of things could happen when that starts to happen by being early. And it's just hard. I've really trained myself to slow things down so much to where I'm like, okay, man, look at, this is just not it. You can be late and still be okay. It's hard to do, and it takes a long time to do it. One quick thing before we get to the open, I want to say something about the retail trader because I think this is so important. It's funny because, retail people don't know why like retail trader is called that in the futures market, and it's really in every other market they're the active trader. They're almost the pro. Like if you were to look at like crypto or if you were to look at like even stocks, but stocks is kind of a little bit different because you got institutional, you got all this different stuff. Futures there were not retail people trading as when you and I were trading. I mean, it was lawyers, doctors calling orders in, but there was not the access. So as futures started to evolve into electronic trading and into retail prop, that's where retail has now been called that. But in reality, it's just because of where we came from. I mean, people don't think about that. It's because you and I would be lumped into retail and what today's conversation would be if you look at the exchange. So who we would be, because the professional is really only the institution,
Right.
like probably the real prop desks, right? And so it's funny. I know you and I both think that way. We're like, oh, but these retail traders, especially what we have here in NinjaTrader Live, I think everyone look at yourself as you are. You're looking. If you're not, I know. Professional is maybe a strong word for some people that are new, but that's your goal. And I don't think you have to look at yourself as like retail. I think you look at yourself as levels of trying to build into a professional, because with NinjaTrader and what we're doing here, you're building your business here. To me, that's professional, right? You're going out there, putting your balls on the line every day, pardon my French, and it's not an easy thing to do. So I look at that and go, to me, you're on your path to becoming a pro.
Yeah, well, you know, like I've said a million times, I've had to change through the years. I've had to change the way that I frame things in my head, so that I can, you know, I can deal with it better. For example, you know, I don't lose money, I spend money, right? I have business expenses, not losses.
Best
You know,
line.
it just little frames like that, you know, I know I'm a retail trader now. You know, I don't like that feeling, because a retail trader to me is the uppie sitting behind his gigantic Mac, you know, in 2000 with horn rim glasses. You know, when we used to make fun of those sort of people, you know, and we took their money. um Now we're all that guy, you know, we're all that girl, you know, we're all that person. But I still need to reframe it in my mind as I'm an independent trader. I manage my own money, and in my mind, a professional trader, people will call me a pro, you know, and I'll say I'm not a pro, because I'm not managing money for anybody except for my family. I'm managing hedge fund
Exactly.
for Jen and my 5 kids, you know, that's it. I'm not managing money for anybody else. So I'm just a retail trader, independent trader like everybody else, but I need to reframe it in my mind, so that, you know, an independent trader makes me feel just a little bit stronger, a little bit more in control. Retail trader in my mind, it
Exactly.
denotes, you know, these funding companies and somebody who's a little bit weaker, and, you know, like cannon fodder, like they were in 2000. They were you know, all these doctors, wanting to trade, you know, the run up in the NASDAQ in 1999, you know, those, they got killed in 2000, 2001, 2002, as the dip buyers got ran over. 4882 was the high of the NASDAQ in March of 2000. You know what the low was in October of 2002? 4882 to
Like 1100,
784. No, 784.
700. Yeah.
Yeah. That's an 85%
Yeah.
difference. So what dip are you going to buy there? And you know how long it took us to get back there? 17 years. We didn't see 4882 until I don't remember what month, but we didn't see
I know.
4882 until 2017. 17 years and trillions in stimulus to get back
Yeah.
there. So be careful buying dips. Be
Yeah.
careful selling rips too.
Exactly. And I also think, you know, again, it's so important. The reason why I brought that up, everybody, is because the way you think of yourself is the way that you'll start to act, right? Like if you think that you're retail, right, you don't feel like you have as strong of a hold on what it is that you're doing. If you think you're a pro, you're on your way to becoming a pro, and your idea is to become that, you know, that your mindset's different. You know, I mean, that's the difference. You know, what you think you are is what you become. I've manifested everything in my
Yeah.
life. I mean, it's just the way it is. I have everything. I've always had
Sure.
passion and vision for what I want to do, and that's how I stay on the path and doesn't veer me off. So I think it's important on this Capital Preservation Friday. By the way, we're a couple minutes before the open, maybe a little longer than that. Get the likes up for my brother Pax. Hit the subscribe button here on NinjaTrader Live. On the path to 150,000, Pax is giving away a pair of Ferragamos. You could download his indicator, which is in the chat. If you got to scroll up quite a bit, I know we got an active chat, and we appreciate all of you being in here with us here on Friday. It will soon be Uncensored Friday, and who knows? There's going to be so many nicknames for these Fridays. Pax is going to have a list. As Short Life Hacks was saying, I got notes when Pax is going to make sure that I keep track of what's going on. You're going to see Pax highlighting the opening range. He uses the 30-second opening range. And like I said, you can get that indicator for free on NinjaTrader, and it shows his rotations, and he'll be talking about that through the morning. Pax, what I'd like to do is talk about the rotations. I see this in chat all the time. I even see people comment on your Twitter stuff. How do you pick the rotations? Why is it 15 points? What is it in NASDAQ? How do you determine that in gold? Go over that. Let's start off with, you know, maybe NASDAQ and S&P today, just because I know that we're going to be watching them as we go into the day.
Like anything, like any other question you ever ask me, that's a little bit longer of an answer. So it's, you know, and
Can you
I'll
do
talk
it in
about,
2 minutes, a 1 minute? Just give
No.
give us the short version. I mean, the
I
real
will.
short
I'll give it a short version. So exponentially, I think is the word, when, you know, you see something through time and through experience. No, not
Whatever.
exponentially. Yeah, exponentially, I think is the name. Empirical evidence. So
Empirically,
is that the algorithms that
We'll get
control
there.
the market? The HFT. Thank you. Somebody put the word in chat for me. For us. I'm from the south side. He's from the west side. So, you know, we're not Harvard guys. We're neighborhood
And we went
guys.
we went to the same school that all of you went to, high school.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. And then the school of hard knocks. I hate when people say that, but we really did.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody
I
gave
know.
nobody gave you or me anything. Nobody gave us anything.
Nothing.
No, we had to go grab it. And when we did grab it, we had 1 million people in our lives who were trying to take it from us. Nobody gave us anything.
Yeah.
We had to take
And we gave a lot of it. I know. Well, we gave, and then no one gave back.
That's right. That's true. Yeah. When we needed it, nobody knew our names. Yeah. Now there were a few people that did, but you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
So listen, it's and I'll talk more about this after the open because I want to think a little bit more about what we're doing here. But you know, the S&P empirically trades in 15 handle rotations, and you're going to see it. I'll show you when in a minute when the market opens and you know and the opening range sets. We'll get above it or below it. The 15 handle first 15 handle rotation is going to pop in. The NASDAQ trades in 65 handle rotations. So from the top of the opening range, from the bottom of the opening range, we will trade in 15-point moves. All right, we've got 30 seconds. So I'll talk more about this after the open, but I just want to right now, I want to slow my heart rate. I want to lower my blood pressure, and I want to be able to see everything on these domes in slow motion when everybody else sees them chaotically. So I want to spend the next 20 seconds breathing a little bit and just kind of chilling. We're opening below a macro level for me, which is 65.98. We're opening below yesterday's high of whatever that was, 66 even. So, you know, 65.98, I'll explain that, why that's a macro zone in a little bit, and we're open. 59, I think 59.79 is the opening print. I'll see that in a second when it pops up. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. It's all about rolling vol today. 166,000 in the September, 48,000 in the December, in the D's. All right, and opening range is set. Pop goes Weasel. What is it? 88 to 91.75. Tight opening range. Not a big fan of tight opening ranges. 88 is the low of the opening range. 91.75 is the high of the opening range. I'll take the first attempt out. NASDAQ is lower. COR in the NAS. 39.5. Okay, so NASDAQ is in it. S&P is in it. Oh, man, I might not even take it. If we will come out of the opening range and we will trade to one of these rotations, either lower to 73 or higher to 06. But I don't think it's worth my money today. Every morning I come into the market, I have to decide whether or not this look at the NAS. Every morning I have to come into the market and I have to decide whether or not this is worth my money. And this is going to be the first day, you know, the first heavy day of roll. And we don't really have we have numbers out in 29 minutes. So we really don't have much of a reason to break out of this opening range very easily. So to me, this market is not worth my dough. So hands off that mouse. I would rather buy them above the 15 handle rotation, and I would rather sell them below the 15 handle rotation. You know, stats. Everybody thinks about their stats, and I had this conversation with traders the other day about you know, taking every mechanical. Somebody said, you know, that they were taught to take every mechanical trade that their process presents. I don't do that. If I did that, I would kill myself. I would die death of 1,000 paper cuts in 2 days. I don't care about stats. I don't care about the mechanical nature of trading. I'll always make money more than I'll make more money than somebody who codes this, because I will utilize the thing that matters most, which is how do you increase your size? How do you decrease your size? And how do you decide not to trade? How do you go big, go small, or not?
Are you going there right now? Are you really doing this? Are you really doing this?
It's the most important aspect of trading.
Taking my lines right in front of me. You guys, you see what he's doing? He's
Yeah, it's the most important aspect of trading, and that is
I don't make money. I spend money.
Don't steal
I'm
my
gonna start
show.
saying
You
I
can
don't.
borrow that. I'll borrow yours. That's an
I don't make
Anthony
money. I
line.
spend money.
Go big, go small, or not at all is absolutely an Anthony line. But it's the truth. That's what matters. It matters how you increase your size, decrease your size, and not trade means a lot more than your stats. I say this every week because I think I want to hammer it home to everybody. I had a conversation with a guy in my group last week. I don't know if he's still there. I think I turned him off pretty quickly. Who, was telling me that he's got a 75% win rate. I said, oh, that's wonderful. How much you up for the year? I'm down money. Oh, and then, fat bit of good, your 75% win rate's doing you. My win rate's probably 20, 30%. But when I find the momentum of the market, I'm taking at least 15 handles out of it, and I'm going to be adding at the next 15 handles. And I know how to add to my positions. I also know how not to trade. I also know how to trade small. One of these days, actually, Anthony, we should trade the mini micro spread. I should show you how to, traders how to do that.
I like that. I'd like for you to do that. Yeah.
That might not be a bad idea to do now.
We got Leo and Merritt in chat. More of my brothers. Yeah, I'm watching. Just to confirm, Pax, opening range and NASDAQ lines are 65 points wide. That's what you want?
Yeah, here, I'll show you.
Yeah, we're at the bottom of the NASDAQ opening. I'm just watching.
Yeah, NASDAQ keeps going 39. I mean, you can scratch 39s. You can scratch 39s all you want. 39 is the bottom of the opening range. We're 38.75.
Trading them.
Yeah, you can sell. All right, so hold on. No, that looks like a break. So you sell 38.75s, you pay for them at 28.75, and then you're going to take profit on them at 9.73. But, we're not going to 973 early, easy. You got the S&P below. Here's another thing that makes me not want to trade this. You got the NASDAQ below the opening range and at the pay line, and you got the S&P that was trading at the top of the opening range just a second ago. This is not, this is not worth any expense. If I sell 88s in the S&P, if I sell 88s, it's got to go 88 offer immediately. Otherwise, I'm pitching them. So the S&P trades in 65 handle increments. When I started trading again on the screens in 2013, I was trading 1 lots and 2 lots, and my only goal was to be green, positive. That's it. If I made $50, $100, $200, that's all I wanted to do. All right. So if you guys are short NASDAQ, actually the NASDAQ is a much better trade right now. The S&P hasn't even attempted to.
It is. I was going to say that.
You've got no risk on it. Yeah. You're below 30, you're short at 38.75. You paid for the trade at 28.75, and now you've got no risk on it. If the S&P doesn't take out 88, then I would if you sold the 4 lot at 39 and you bought one at 29, you can take something off that. There we go. All right, now we're trading. Yeah. Okay. Look at that. Sucky, 2 bucky. All right, short. Out for 2 ticks. There, see, I spent 2 ticks.
He's screwed up, everybody. You can't don't listen to him too closely.
2 ticks. And look, the NASDAQ is breaking, and the NASDAQ is going to try to drag the spoos with it. The S&P is going to do something. We're going to trade to one of these levels. Right now, it looks like we're going to trade to 73. But you sell 88s, you buy them back at 88.5. No, thanks. That's a 2-tick expense. I'm willing to take that. I'm not willing to add another expense to my repertoire. Now, if you're short NASDAQ, if you're short the Xyzeee at 38.75, like I was starting to say earlier, if the S&P does not break below 88, then take another one off. So if you sell 4 at 38.75, you buy 1 to pay for your trade and remove your risk at 28.75, buy another one down at 20. I mean, or 18. It's a 20 handle trade. You got 2 left. Let's see where we're going to go. The NASDAQ is the much better trade right now. Now remember, you will see this level here. As long as we're below the opening range, you will see this level, but you have to be right. You have to be short in the right spots. Let's see what the spoos want to do. I was looking at the NASDAQ, so I didn't see the S&P come out. Pay line in the S&P. If you're short 88s, if you guys are short, traders in my group, if you guys are short 88s, you got to scratch stop and you cannot lose money on it. Pay for your trade at 84. If you're flat, you can go ahead and take a short at 84, and then you're looking for the next rotation down, which is going to be 73. Look at that. Both the rotations are 73. 973 in the NASDAQ, and the S&P is 573. So if you're short 88s, traders in my group, if you guys are short 88s, you've got to scratch stop in. You cannot possibly lose money. Once we pay for it, it's easy like Sunday morning. I was busy looking at the NASDAQ, so I didn't take that. I don't know if I would have anyway. Easy like Sunday morning. Oh, yeah. So there's two types of trades, Ant, that the two ways that I look at it. Manageable or easy. So far, this 88 breakout is manageable, because a manageable trade is one that I can take a scratch on. So if you're short 88s, you got to scratch stop in. Do not ever turn a profitable trade into a loss, even if it's 1 point. So if I'd have sold 88s, the second they go 87 offer, I've got to scratch stop in. Easy is when you sell 88s and we go to the pay line. NASDAQ was easy. You sell 38.75s, you went to 28.75, you remove your risk. That's easy. S&P right now, not easy, but manageable.
Exactly. And really, we've stayed in from the opening range. They've failed at the top of the opening range multiple times, but they just can't get any legs below the bottom of opening range.
Yeah, look at
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, it is, boy, is it choppy today. I mean, you had some sellers initially early, and now it's just like Delta's coming back. I mean, the roll's in full effect, but I thought it'd be a little bit more volatile than this.
I did too. Let's see what the vol is. The volume.
I mean,
67,000. So the volume in DC is starting to pick up. I can't stand. Yeah, here's another thing. So gaps that we're going to pay attention to. We'll talk about these gaps next week. Will be the rollover gap. And we're going to have a huge rollover gap, and I'll watch on Tuesday, because we'll talk about the rollover gap. We will have rolled by Tuesday. If not, we'll be ready to roll. Or we'll be we're either going to roll the D's on Monday or Tuesday. I talked about that earlier. So we're going to have a rollover gap. The rollover gap is, let's say that we roll today, okay? The rollover gap is going to be 65. I'm sorry, that's the, hold on. It's going to be 68.5 to D's is going to be 44. So the gap is going to be that. It'll be 88 to 44. The S&P always fills their gaps. So that's going to be a major gap that most people are not going to be looking at, but we're going to make note of it, and we will fill that gap. We might not fill it right away, but we'll fill that gap. So pay attention to the rollover gaps. I'll point them out on Tuesday in our show. And then, we'll talk about it on Friday, also on Expiration Friday. I'm looking forward to that week after expiration. Expiration is September 19th. I am absolutely looking forward to the week following, going into the end of the fiscal quarter and to the beginning of the new quarter, the fourth quarter.
Yep.
All new capital flows, all new momentum. The books are reopened for positioning, and it's going to be a good trade. We are going to have a very good fourth quarter. Third quarter wasn't terrible, but there was a whole lot of sitting around doing nothing. So if you guys sold NAS, if anybody's short NAS, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, just to shed some color on what's happening in other markets, you got gold pushing back up again, 36.89 continues to catch a bid. Bonds continue to struggle. 30-year ZB with Pax's 117.13 level. Not seeing really much action in bonds at all today. Just seeing a little bit of action come back into the gold market as it's now pushing up over its recent highs. So just something just to shed some color on it for other people if they're watching these other markets. From the indexes, man, it is just a sloppy, choppy open, man. I mean, there's just not a lot to talk about across the board. You're seeing divergences too, where like one's going up, the other one's going down, and they're trying to like flatten out. You have, we're sharply unchanged is the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Dollar starting to catch. Yeah, where dollar continues to kind of catch a little bit of a bid this morning. Euro's sitting there at its recent lower levels, and it's just not a lot going on here early on. on this Friday, rollover Friday, capital preservation Friday, Ferragamo Friday, and it's not been uncensored. You've been very calm today. I mean, you really,
I haven't done anything.
showed amazing restraint. Yeah,
Thank
I know,
you.
it's true.
Thank you.
We haven't pissed you off yet.
No. Or I haven't caught anything. If I catch something, I'll become animated pretty quickly. If the NASDAQ gets back in, watching these matchups, if the NASDAQ gets back in to the opening range, which is 38.75 to 64.5, the S&P will, the S&P tried to break and it couldn't. So the S&P will then try to rally. So we'll go 91.75 bid. I will take that attempt out. I'm not looking to sell. I am not looking to sell the bottom of this opening range. It's non-committal. We're not going anywhere.
Someone's asking me what RTY is doing. I'm not saying what it's doing. I'm going to what the chat's asking.
Okay.
Russell chat's asking about RTY. Oh, all right, it's down $11. 24.11.
Russell's rallying though. Oh no, it is. It's all these small.
I hate the Russell.
The opening range. I broke up with the Russell. I stopped dating the Russell. Russell's opening range is 24. Oh no, it's above the opening range, 24.16. So this is a good opening range breakout in the Russell. The S&P is not. The S&P will not break if the Russell is not below the opening range. That doesn't mean the S&P rallies up. 24.16. So that's interesting.
And we have what do you call it? We have data at 10 o'clock. Shai talked about that earlier this morning. Could be market moving. Maybe market's waiting for that. People talking about that in chat as well. I mean, I hope it will be. I hope. Because it's not getting a lot. You see Russell is making new lows now. You got NASDAQs now. Again, it's just a divergent tape.
Another one.
NASDAQ got below opening range. Did they get to the first rotation, Pax in NASDAQ? No, not quite.
No. Made a low of like, I don't know. At least
it was a risk-off trade, though.
Even? Yeah, it made a low of like even or close to even, 24 even, and then failed to get to 73. But yeah. I mean, this is a Garbone. This is just Garbone. No good here.
Yeah, I mean, when you see divergence like this on rollover Friday, it's like, man, just park it right now. Keep the powder dry.
Yeah.
Hit the like button. We've got 1,300 people in here, only 300 likes. I think that's all the likes are up there. I mean, that's kind of sad, Pax, don't you think? I mean, like,
well,
I think that much.
Well, I think that sometimes people they come in here, I think that they, Pax tell me where to get long and short. Well, when I say don't do anything, I think people don't like that. Well, you know what? The market
they don't like it. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, the market of a long-term.
Somebody goes drop an F-bomb and
short life. I will. Give me a minute. I will. Something will pop out of my.
You gotta let them. Let's not force them.
Yeah, it's got to be natural.
It doesn't take much to get him wound up. Don't worry about it. He'll be okay.
So really, I mean, a large part of being a long-term profitable trader is knowing when to do nothing. Now, if the S&P breaks 100 points, it's going to do it without me. And I'll find a place to get short. But the point is that, if I've got a superpower as a trader, and I mean this wholeheartedly, if I've got a superpower as a trader, it is the ability to miss moves and to not care, and that all of us need to know the difference between, the noise of a market, a wiggle in the market, and a move in the market. A wiggle would be a 15-handle rotation. That's a wiggle. I don't need to catch every wiggle. I'm past that in my career. 2 years ago, I would have been trading my kartoffels off for each wiggle. Not anymore. The noise is going to be, let's say we rotate down from 73 down to 45. 65, 45 is a low. We bounce back up to 70, and we trade between the low and the rotation, and nothing gets taken out. You're not stopped out of everything. That's noise. I don't scalp noise. I want to catch moves. A real move is going to be from 68 to 73, 73 to 55, 55 to 40, 40, and just rotate down every 15 handles. So in 2000, to explain that a little more, does that make sense? So really, if we start moving, I'll find a spot to get on. Now, but we're not moving. So as I said earlier, I have to decide whether or not this market is worth the expense. And there's nothing in this market that's telling me that I should spend money in it. I already spent 2 ticks on a trade. I think I spent 2 ticks on 2 trades, and that's it, right? 2 tick expenses. I can live with that. It's a 1 point. Okay, so what? You see how I manage? I'm right or right out. So I sell 88s. It's got to go 88 quarter. It's got to go 88 offer, 87 half offer for me to keep that trade. If I sell 88s and they go 88 bid, I'm out. It's the same thing like on the floor. I've explained this before. If it was 88 on 50, and I'm already short 50, and remember, this is big ones, not little, not minis, and sure as shit, not micros. So if it's 88 on 50, 88 on 50, 80 sold, I turn around and just say sold now, and then write it down. Now, if when I was a smaller trader, I would sell 5, and then I'd sell you 5 really aggressively, so that I can entice other people to come in and sell you 10, But when I became a big trader, 88 on 50 sold at 88. So now I'm moving the market. I'm 88 offer. If Goldman comes in or Witter comes in and says 88 on 100, I'm not waiting for the market to go on the opposite side of the opening range.
You're 8.5 bid.
Yeah, I'm 8.5 bid, 9 bid. I'm 90 bid on 100. I'm looking to get out of my position. I'm not looking to hold on to that. So on the screens, why is it any different? I've got access to that's why I trade the S&P, by the way, not NASDAQ anymore. I've got access to every tick. Why not utilize them? Why not utilize it? So if I sell 88,
I think an important point for that too, Pax. I think that important point is that when you have a strategy like Pax does, he's emphasizing his entry as the I look at a range of execution. Pax looks at a price of execution, right? So if he likes that area and the response, he doesn't get it immediately, that price matters so much to him that, you're going to be active around that price. And so I think that for some people, it's maybe either hard for them to grasp that or to be that active. And I think if you're somebody who's it doesn't have the ability to execute on that kind of like high activity level, it might be a little bit difficult. It's also why Pax does use the S&P versus the NASDAQ. In the NASDAQ, you have to be a little bit rangy in that because I don't know how easily you can do that sometimes, especially on these opens. You got to give yourself a little buffer. But the point of it is like that price matters. So that's why he'll take paper cuts, or he'll be like, I'll sell the 8s. And it goes at 7.5, and it goes 7.75 bid, and he sees 8s are going, he buys 8s or 8s quarters and just gets out of them because that price matters. And once it goes, then he holds. And it's hard. It's what's different about it is that you have to be active to not active really quickly. Yeah.
To zero in on that. And one of the reasons why I trade S&P and not NASDAQ is because I need to be precise in my entry so I can be precise in my exit. And the NASDAQ does not afford me that ability. If I sell 38.75s and that pops bid, I'm buying 42s, and I'm considering that a scratch or a small expense. Hey, expansive nature. No, dude, I didn't spoof shit. If I said 100 at 88 and somebody said, buy them, I didn't say, I'll sell you 1. I said, sold. I didn't spoof shit. Nobody spoofs unless you get
Did
written
somebody
up by
put
the
spoof
exchange.
in there? I didn't even read the chat.
Yeah, I was a verbal order book spoofer. Yeah, ask Igor, the Russian, who owns, I think, Gator.
What's so interesting about that?
Ask Navindu Soreo if I spoof.
I can tell you this. It's like, for me, I can't even begin to tell you how, first of all, what we did in the pit, majority of the people that were vocal never got filled. That's just number one. So if you want to look at spoofing, everyone's like, I'm at even. You know how many times I was offering or bidding and no one ever hit me? I was like a little deli in there. Even on 5, they'd be like, it's just the way it was, right? So that's the difference. Is like, and believe me, when you get to the electronic screens, that's a whole nother. It's just not even really a comparison because, what I did a lot was I would see brokers come in and be like, Goldman would come in and go, 100 at even. I'd work 50 or 100 minis at even on the offer to see if I get filled while they were at even. And I would go to the headset and I would tell Vince, who was on the headset with, I'd be like, if I get filled, get ready to buy some because whatever. And if I didn't get filled, I'd pull them. We did that all day long.
All day.
Because again, I was making the market with the broker. And I would either, so it's like, spoofing these machines and what they've done, like single people to be able to do that is a totally different thing. You're making a market to go with the volume, with what the orders are doing. And when we would take offers or bids out, and if they didn't go our way, we would immediately get out. I mean, it's just the dynamic. It's hard for people to understand that, I think, Pax, because they didn't see it. Visually, they have just a different perception of what it really was.
Yeah, right or right out. Exactly. And and if I offered something and a broker said buy them, I sold them. I didn't try to beg out of them because nobody would trade with me. No, and so I mean, if I turn around and said 50 at 8, 50 at 88, buy them. Nah, I don't really want them. That broker would not trade with me anymore.
Exactly, Martin.
Yeah.
What Martin's saying is right. If it's not spoofing, if they can take them, of course. I mean, and I got filled on so many things that I didn't want. I mean, and I just freaking burned right out of them. That's why we traded so much too. Speed has changed that now. I mean, now you put an offer out there or an order out there. These algos are so good, and the options markets, the dynamic there is just like, I mean, the markets have almost taken care of the spoofers in its own right with zero dated options and stuff like that. And the way that those things move. I mean, it's like you put something out there that's within a buck or two in the S&P, you better want it because you might get it.
It's not spoofing if you're in danger of getting filled, right? So I think that you can
exactly.
I think you can maybe the short end of the curve, if you're trading a 2-year or the 5-year or even the 10, if you're trading a market with the K algo, I think you can turn around and you can try to offer big size. If it's like the bonds are 117.05 offer, you can offer 1,000 at 06 and increase the size of that offer. And that could increase the K algo offers a little bit, but that's not how the indices trade. If you guys notice, the indices always trade to the size. If there was 1,000 offered at 65.95 and it sat there for a minute, you can pretty well, at least in a market that's moving, but you can pretty well be assured that the market is going to trade there. The market almost always trades to the size.
It always in the futures. That's exactly right. The other thing is too, what I used to do all the time was like, if I caught something, I would just offer more into every offer on the way down or onto the bid. Like, that's how I made, shit ton of money. It's like, if I saw the orders were coming in and selling, I'd take out the whole bid in the S&P. I wouldn't even think twice about it because there was news behind it most of the time. And as we went lower, every time it went lower, I'd put 50 more on the offer and I got filled. I'd be like, great. If I didn't get filled, I'd pull them. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, fill me. Go ahead. Especially when you got a winner on. People don't think about it from a big trader's perspective too, right? Like, I used to press the shit out of everything.
I do.
You know what I mean?
I still do.
I mean,
even if I've got a 4 lot on, I think of it from a big trader's perspective.
Exactly.
I tried to buy 91.75.
I know people are talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I see a lot of people putting comments in there. I was on the Words of Wisdom podcast. I see a lot of people saying that they enjoyed it. I appreciate that. I
got to listen
now.
to it.
Yeah.
Riz came to Chicago to interview me and he came to Chicago to interview me and a couple other people. And I ended up, my wife ended up in the hospital, so I missed it. And then he wanted me to go to Miami for it. And I had something to do with my kids. So and there was, I think in New York, I think he wanted me to go to you went to New York, right? To interview with him?
No, I was in Miami.
All right. Then, he wanted me to go to New York and then Miami. And I just, we weren't able to hook up. I also left it up to the traders, my group. So, I trust the collective mindset of my group. All right. Now, I did not buy those 91.75s. I tried to a split second too late. I missed it. I don't want to pull back. It traded up to 92.5, came back down to 91.75. I don't want to pull back. I want to buy them. This is an important concept. Okay. I want to buy them as prices coming through it. So we're trading. Look at my DOM. Okay. We're trading at 90 or DOM, or maybe I should say super DOM. If we're trading at 91.25, 91.5, super DOM. I want to buy them at 91 DOM yellow, super DOM. best Dom I know is a guy named
Yellow.
Aiello.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that kid.
He traded
Anyway,
in the yen.
he traded in the yen. He traded in the NASDAQ with us. I played golf with him with Nicky Maselli not long ago. That was some of the funniest comedy I've ever had in my life. Anyway, I want to buy him. His price is coming up through it. So I buy 91.75s. Why? Because it's going to go, if it goes 92 bid, 92 quarter bid, 2.5 bid, I got the edge. Remember, the edge is the ability to be able to scratch a trade. I don't want to miss them and then have it trade up to 91.75 and sit there with the bid. Okay. I'm not going to sit there on the bid. I don't want that. That's a pullback. Pullbacks almost always are instant, not always. In this case, it would have worked, but pullbacks are almost always an instant expense. So I want to get it. Does that make sense? I want to get it as prices coming up through 91.75, not as it's coming back to 91.75, because I want to be precise in my entries so I can be precise in my exits. Capiche? Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah, exactly. That's the speed in, speed out. Couple questions on there. Deli, how do you keep your hair so good into your age? I'll never share that secret. But look at Pax. He's like 8, 9 years older than me. Yeah, I mean, I'm young. I'm a kid.
Yeah.
And somebody said, you two guys interrupt each other all the time. You should hear. I mean, listen, if I don't interrupt them, I'm never going to talk. I'm going to sit here all day. I might as well take a nap. I need to get a more comfortable chair during this session. I want one that like comes in like the massage one, where I just sit back there and just go, hey, I'm at work, and just watch Pax. And you try doing this. You try talking to him. They have no idea. All right, well, it's about that time, Pax. Let's bring in Stowe and Xyzeee. Let's not stay with them forever, though. I'm getting tired. I was out drinking a little vino last night. I went to this place called, I haven't been drinking much lately. I tell you what, I have a few glasses of wine the next day. I've been here for 3 hours now, on air for 2 hours. It's exhausting.
Numbers out, you get them shoved in your keister there. Look at that. Shoved in your keister 6 months before Easter. No gracias. No good. Not worth my dough. I don't know about you. So if I'm sorry to interrupt, Ant, but if you bought 91.75s, they traded up to 93 something, 93.75 or 94.5. You bought that. So they failed to get to the pay line. Pay line, no good. So, pay line meaning where I'm going to remove my risk. So now it comes barreling back to 91.75. So if you guys see, if you missed them and you're sitting there on the bid, you're selling them at 90, no, thank you. This is not worth my dough. Oh God. Okay. I was afraid I went to go send to the screens. I was afraid I sold something.
Shoved in your keister right before Easter. I'm writing that down.
Yeah, that's another one.
Good morning, buddies. How are we doing?
Stowe, XYZ. How you doing, guys?
I'm good. I'm good, brother.
We're good. We're good.
Oh, you guys are the best.
Get them shoved in your keister.
Any positions? No. Listen, it's tough work over here, Stowe. It's.
No, I'm flat. I was leaning long off this 85, 86 guy from. Same dude I was playing with yesterday, but this University of Michigan number hates me, so I am always flat for that thing. It has done horrible things to me in the past, so I'll chill. How about you, XY? You still in that thing?
That position
I have a long
puts the orange ball into your mouth.
Yes, it does.
They literally got maybe 1 or 2 ticks from my break-even stop on that news.
Okay.
But I'm still alive.
Woo!
Still alive, baby. Oh, I gotta share screen. Sorry, guys.
Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, let's see what those guys got going on.
There was a question in the chat I wanted to throw in case you guys missed it. Is it true that there used to be fist fights in the pit sometimes?
Oh, I was written up so many times for fighting. It was ridiculous. There was a guy who owned the clearing firm that me and Anthony cleared for. I cleared it for a little while. I actually had a little piece of it for a bit, but there were 1,000 of us that did. Anyway, if he got written up for fighting one more time, he'd have been suspended for a year and fined like $500,000. You know what I'm talking about, it, right? Mike Walsh,
Of course,
so he stood 2 people down,
fighting with everybody.
Oh, he came out of his spot to go after Nico one time. It was one of the greatest things I ever saw. we all jumped. Me and Sam jumped on him. Anthony Coyne jumped on him. Come on, Mike, slow down. And he's got smoke coming out of his nostrils like a bull. It was amazing. And, we calmed him down. We go back into our spots. We were busy, resumed trading, and Mike just stood there, and you can see he was not calming down. But he knew that if he went to go fight Nico, and Nico was trying to egg him on, so he started to pummel himself. He gave himself a beating of a lifetime. He beat the Jesus out of himself. Bing, bing, bing. His head was snapping back. He came in the next day, busted nose, black eyes. It was unbelievable. Another time, another thing, two dear friends of ours, Mike Stowe, Mike, I forget what Mike's badge was, and Coyne, God bless him. No, not Frank Walsh. He was an orphan, actually. They would get in fights. They would get in fist fights in their office. And then 10 minutes later, hugging and kissing, they're beating the shit out of each other. 10 minutes later, hugging and kissing, going for lunch. Hey, what's up, Paxi? Weren't you guys just beating the Bee Jesus? Yeah, but it's over. It was unbelievable.
So to answer your question, yes, is the answer.
Yeah. The best one was when Mike beat himself up. Ike Hunter. Yeah. Ike or Hunt. Yeah. It was like, that was one of the greatest things I ever seen. I was right there and I just sat there and watched him beat the Bee Jesus out of himself.
Oh man. What a wild time.
Oh,
It's like, if you could go face to face with your counterparty instead of it being on a screen, I could see how this could happen.
Oh, so many guys on X would be getting their asses kicked. It wouldn't even be funny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well,
I can't
people would
tell you how
talk a
many
lot
fights I
less
got
shit,
into.
though.
I cannot tell you how many fights I got into. Like actual fights where you're punching each other, like real punches, not bar fights where people are going to grab you. I'd have 50 on, 100 on, and, more sometimes. In the NASDAQ, imagine that's 250 minis. Imagine having 250 minis against you, and somebody steals you out. 100 at even, buy them. I'm first. It's my market. And you see the schmuck writing like, I got you now, you jag off. Oh, I'd go rip his eyes out of his head.
So there was a disciplinary procedure at the
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah, which
It
I was
was
a part of,
but
by
it
the
was
way.
managed. It was either like, yeah, you either get a slap on the hand and they'd be like, listen, man, you got to stop this shit. Or it would be like, if it was really an altercation, then they'd probably pull you in and be like, that you get fined, you get a letter and stuff like that. I never got fined or a letter for anything. I was pretty calm. I didn't, and plus I was on the screen looking in the pit at a lot of this stuff. Like Pax was in the heat of it, the NASDAQ. I'd be up there looking at everything down there, and be like, "Man, those guys are idiots." You know what I mean? We'd laugh. But I got in a fight as clerks. I did get in a couple fight with clerks when I was first starting. Just because that was not necessarily we didn't punch each other, but you grab each other and you push them and whatever. And it's like you don't want to punch somebody because the next thing you know, if you did really hurt somebody, you're toast. But there were some fist fights, for sure.
So it's like you got Deli
it was just
looking
an
at the
interesting
tape
time,
and Pax is just in the octagon.
There's
Yeah,
listen.
that's what it was like.
So I was on all those committees. I was on the PIC committee. So I was supposed to be the guy to write people up for fighting. I was on PIC committee and I was on the arbitration panel. I was on the membership committee. I served on all these committees. I'm 30 years old and I'm on all of these high-powered committees. So somebody would say, "Hey, go write up Mike Walsh for fighting." You write him up. Go get somebody else. I wouldn't. I wrote nobody up. I refused. I would not be a rat. Even if the guy was 100% wrong or somebody came after me. This guy Nico put a guy on a seat, put a guy on a badge to stand. Remember, a shared friend of me and Anthony's, actually a dear friend of Anthony's, Carmi filled my e-mini orders, and I'm spending like $100,000 a month in e-mini execution fees. Carmi would just sit there and fill like 10, 15,000 minis for me. It was just everything. And so Nico put a guy on a seat to stand next to Carmi and my clerk. My clerk was one of the only clerks that got to stand in the pit full time. And he would tell me what my positions were. This kid's sole job was to report back in the headset what my positions were to Nico. So Nico, I won't tell you his name because I'm talking negatively about him, but he and I became good friends since. But
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
you know, like if I was long 50 and the market's starting to break, all of a sudden Nico's like trying to press me out. He's offering the market down, offering the market down. So my clerk Jimmy
Okay.
figured out what they were doing, and you know, and he wanted to kill him. And I said, no, don't say a word. If I'm long 50, tell me I'm short 50. So now, you know, Nico would, my clerk would say, hey, Pax, you're short 50. And then, you know, give me the nod, like, remember, you're not actually, you're long 50. So Nico would start bidding the market up, and I would tell brokers next to me, hey, do me a favor, sell me 10 at even, sell me 10 at 20. I would scale out. And I, you know, Nico would go, even on 50. The broker would go, sell you 10. And those were mine. You know, and I got 40 left. And I'd turn around and go like 105, you know, to make him think that I was short and trying to press.
Yeah.
You go 10 on him. I'd keep my mouth shut. A broker would sell him 10. He'd just start loading them up, and then the market would fall apart. It was great. Just
Wow.
little strategies like that. And
Oh, what a cool game.
that's what we had
Wow.
to do.
You had to play 3D chess in there.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
XY. Yeah. Yeah.
You long
In the
XY?
meantime, XY is printing money again. Of course he is.
Yeah.
Classic.
Dude's my guy.
I got that
He's a-
news drop. I got so like, look how close they came to my.
Let me see.
stop.
You took a trade off the news?
I was already long. I got long twice. I got long over here on the pullback. I got more longs, and I.
What's the
trailed.
price? Don't tell me here. Tell me what the price was.
Let's see. First long.
You can't see
20s,
that.
24,000, 20s NASDAQ.
Oh, good.
Got back in
24
some when it came back towards it. Peaked under, failed it. Got some
Wait.
more longs back on. Start scaling out along the way, and then I was down to 4. And then I was like, look, I'm gonna hold these 4 break even. If the news tags me, the news tags me. If not, we're gonna be
Break
we're
even
looking,
stop.
we're looking pretty.
That's
And
smart. Very good.
they came within 1 point of my stop, and now we're riding into the sunset.
Hey, the market gives sometimes. You never know.
Dude, it's so close.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, my brackets are still on. Looking at the P&L, like we're okay. There's no slippage. Lucky.
Hey, is anybody in my group long? Simon is. Long and paid. You paid for your trade. I don't know if they traded enough for you. 95.
Yeah,
70.
above opening range in S&P, yeah.
Yeah, but how much money you want to spend for, you know, 4-point trade? A couple of people are. Jorge is. Simon is. But how much money you want to spend for a pay line trade in the spoos? NASDAQ, much better trade. You know, X, I wanted to say, XY, I wanted to say too, you know, I will never take a trade on a number, but if I've got a position on going into a number, I will never flatten up. I mean, if I paid for my trade, I've got my scratch stops in, I have no risk on the trade. I don't understand the concept of flattening up before a number. You know what I mean? I mean, that was a good hold. You had a scratch stop in or a break even stops and scratch stops are two different things to me. But you had no risk on the trade, so you let the market, you know, do what it's going to do. You know what I mean?
It was easier for me to do so because I had already taken half my position off. So I felt
that's
like,
the
okay,
idea.
I've already gotten paid for the idea, and the rest, you know, the risk reward becomes very skewed with data is what I was thinking, right? So if I'm still in it and the data's in my favor,
No,
then
you have
we're
no
looking
risk.
pretty.
You have no risk. You've got a free trade on. Let's say
Right.
you're long from 24,020. You're long from 20. You take half off at 40. You have no risk. Your stops are
Right.
in for break even. You made 20 points on half your unit. That's a free trade. It's a
Right.
lottery ticket.
Yeah. So that made it easier for me to hold, for sure.
Well done.
And
Well
I
done.
got right there, super close. I was like, is the platform laggy? Did they take me out? And then they did, and I was like, okay, we're on. So hopefully, I mean, the idea is they're gonna not trade under this low volume area, and we can just keep going up, new highs and all that. So that's the speculation here, and we'll see what they do. I'm down to 2 now. They just trailed out 1, so I'm willing to hold these 2 to break even or higher because of that failed downside move on the higher time frame. We were looking at a taper, another taper.
Yeah, I don't
if they
use
can hold
trailing
the build,
stops.
yeah.
I haven't used a trailing stop since 2002. It's not true, but I don't use trailing stops. My stops are always at entry because you've already paid for your trade. You've got a free trade on. You know, trailing stops to me are P&L stops, and I don't trade my P&L. You know, it's just the way I look at it.
Mhm.
That's a really great trade.
Appreciate it. Yep. Hopefully it keeps going, but market's
Yeah.
pretty indecisive up here as if it wants to press higher. So I'm happy with it so far.
Right back into the opening range in S&P. But guys, we're gonna close out here. Pax, I'd ask you to give the last word, but I want to leave in the next minute, so I'm not gonna do that. Just say goodbye to
Oh,
everybody. Thank you. That was great. So
phenomenal.
when I close out, but everybody, please hit the like and subscribe button for my guys here today. Let's get those likes up. We got 1,300 people in here, not even 500 likes. Also, make sure, don't forget, check out Pax's opening range indicators. You saw that we talked about here today. Check out what he's doing at the Pax Group. And again, going to be watching my boys XY and Stowe trade the rest of the morning. Everyone have a great Friday. Have a great weekend, and I'll see everybody next week.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, have
Thanks,
a great
Uncle Paz.
weekend, kid. I love you guys. Have a great day, Stowski. XY, have a great day. Stowe, great job the other day on adding to that position. Thank you for communicating with me. Everybody else,
Yeah, no problem.
we're back in the opening range. It's 45 minutes into the trading day. This is not worth my money. So I'm going to go either play golf and warm up for Florida, or I'm going to go work out. Or I'm going to jump into my group with my traders, and then I'm going to go play golf or go lift weights. Go lift them up. I'm going to go lift heavy things. That way I can stay alive a long time.
Later, brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
Thanks,
God bless
Kelly.
you all. We'll see you later.
See you guys.
XY. What's up, homie?
So, hey, Leo, you look a little different today, man.
I know.
What's going on?
I know. Big cat's got a cold.
I know. I
Turns
heard.
out even the big cat is susceptible to
Susceptible to a
airborne
little
illnesses.
The big cat can get it. Anybody can get it.
Yep. Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you got a kid, dude. It's just like it's a germ factory constantly. There's no.
Well, when you
no
send them
getting
off to
around it.
school, especially like in the beginning of the
Oh,
school
God,
year,
yeah.
it's like you're sending them off into the petri dish, right?
Yes.
And then the petri dish gets brought home, and then you're cooked.
I don't know.
Yeah, I liked the long because they came to this low volume area and didn't do much with it. So I was like, okay, let's just try to nab along somewhere and see if the market will continue to drift. Looked promising for a bit.
I don't know how many times I've
But
told you about
well,
this.
the IB hasn't even closed yet, so they'll be making more choices. ES just gave up everything.
Yep. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Am I
It's kind
long Tesla? No, I have not. Hey, Daniel. This guy's crazy, man. No, I'm not long Tesla. I haven't traded equities in some time, so
87, 85. Maybe we'll get down to. Man, I've got some bad fills today, XY. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what.
you said bad fills.
Yeah. I'm looking at this. I like this 88 spot, but like this is going to be the last time I give it a shot, I think.
All right, so I've got market advice from chat going on.
Oh, good. What's it?
Someone
What's
says,
it
"Leave
want?
the position, mate." Absolutely, I will. If you're talking about leaving as in vacating it,
Right.
absolutely not.
Right.
Uh,
Crikey, leave the position. Which kind of mate? Which brand of mate are we talking about right now? All right, so we came down back into this 88 guy. I'm kind of just obsessing about this spot, I think, a little bit. So, and I got a bad fill, but this is kind of what I hung out with all day yesterday. Spent
This
a
action?
lot of time with this 88 guy.
Price.
Getting
You haven't
up.
You haven't traded NASDAQ for like a week now, huh?
Oh no, I traded it yesterday too.
Hmm.
I had a position on both actually, which was a freaking nightmare, and I'm not going to do that on stream again. It's a lot easier to do when you don't have to narrate it out loud, but yeah, having to narrate two positions
Your
at the same
brain is
time,
just like melting.
no, yeah, that was no good. That was no dice. Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
we got
add
up
to the
to
longs.
65.95, and then the offer just got really, really heavy up there. I have a suspicion that this is, I mean, it's already doing stupid balance day stuff, so this might be what we're looking at. I'm trying to remove my initial bias and replace it with what's in front of me right now, XY.
What's your initial bias?
Well, I don't know if you know this about me, but I like to be long. And I was long
Is that
NQ yesterday quite a bit.
mm-hmm.
And we did not take out the all-time high yesterday. No matter how many times we tried, I think we left a quintuple top up there at right about where we're at right now. So we've now made like 8 highs up here. So the buyer in me really, really, really wants to see that get taken out. And I think looking at both indices that if ES is going to take out its overnight high, then that will also enable NQ to take out its previous all-time high, make a new one. Everybody would have a nice Friday. That's what I selfishly want to see happen.
Well, I think a lot of people would share your sentiments today.
What the hell's the Dow doing anyway? Let me look at that. Mr. Dow. Up or down, my friend? I'm doing this new thing for the Dow. I just pull up the NinjaTrader app. That's it. Now I just look at it over there. It's perfect.
What's the Dow doing?
I don't know. 1 second. It said that wasn't my face. All right. It's me. I promise. There we go.
Moment of truth right here. They can't crack this high.
I know.
I think we're cooked, though.
I know.
This is it. I gotta do it off this leg. 1 hour looks good.
Yeah.
High time frame looks good.
It all looks fine. I just hate the shape of this profile so far.
I know, yeah. But hopefully it's like they're building it out now. They're gonna leave it and just, there's a lot of volume that is gonna feel the upside move that's attempting. I mean, they have attempted to sell this back down for sure. So hopefully they can use that as gas.
The Dow is trying not to make a new low right now at a very large round number. So we'll see. So that's why ES is stuck. That makes a little more sense.
ES is rejecting the downside for the second time, so I think that makes me feel better. Really strong close 5 minute for NQ. I think we're all right. Yeah, Cooper,
Dude,
it's right here. Right here. Let me blow up my candles. Maybe that'll help. This range is, dude, what is this? But I think, we got a narrow range now, and I think that means if you're on the right side and the market does expand the range, then we will get paid a pretty penny. So it's not such a bad thing.
Do you remember? There's a new high on NQ. Okay. Do you remember any? I'm trying to remember last real week or any there. Wait, hold on. There we go. Woo!
Encouraged?
Got it, baby.
Encouraged?
Yeah, the new high was encouraged. All right, so I'm going to take one of those ES off there. We'll see if we can get some continuation on NQ. The Dow has not moved. Leo's just spent the whole entire morning cursing his family. Leo's walking around drinking tea.
We got technical issues. Uh-oh, Stowe.
What?
You're speaking into a void.
Oh,
white
okay.
van, man.
Dude, they got us. That makes sense. We back. We back. Take that, white van. Got nothing on me.
Yeah, no, I peeked outside my window. I told him, scram. Go on, get.
let's see if this was okay. So this high yesterday, only 12 contracts traded at 6,600 on ES. As a at bid at ask buddy of mine, I figured you may appreciate that knowledge. And there's a bunch of dudes up there. So let's see. It's all coming together, chat. It's all coming together. Is the Russell down too, Fly here? All right, fair. Both it and the Dow are not being very cool. Maybe I'll put the Russell on the NinjaTrader Live app too.
Oh, Alfonso's in the chat.
Nice. Happy Friday.
Hey, Hunter thinks we have the best camaraderie. Yeah, well, it's easy when you're on with Stowe. He's always positive.
Me and XY are actual friends.
I just have to
That's
sit
what's
here
happening.
and show my face. It's funny,
XY is just a
yesterday,
cool dude.
yesterday I had dinner with Chris and Shab, right?
Oh yeah, that's
And
awesome.
then, obviously I'm like shilling Stowe like crazy. I'm just like pumping the Stowe stock.
That's crazy.
And
There's no need for that.
I'm like, yeah, with Stowe, it's really easy. You could really just sit there and he'll just carry the show. That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
That's right, baby. No, I think the reason that this is, you might think that because like this is really fun, honestly, and XY is a cool dude and we're friends, so that makes sense.
Stowe coin squeezing, yeah. Oh yeah, shorts are dead.
Please, nobody make a Stowe coin. I don't know how to log in to buy crypto from that thing, so please don't make me go down a weird rabbit hole of finding my old password. Crypto's so crazy too, because it's like, hey, here's this like 50-word passphrase. If you ever forget it, you're screwed forever.
Yeah, it's like a extreme version of like trying to get into your Gmail. Sometimes like you log in, you type in your stuff, they're like, how do I know it's you? It's like, bro, it's me. Trust me. Look, here's my two-factor. They're like, I don't know, man. I don't know. They're like a big bad bouncer. Like, dude, it's me. Let me in. I just want to check my emails.
That's what my phone just did to me. It's like, this isn't you. You have headphones on. I'm like, well,
hey, it's me, man.
It's me, man. I don't know, Throne Shop, if we're getting rugged up here. The Dow is selling off. NQ's going up. I might just be in the wrong market today. I have a micro on from 24K26. So I'm long with XY in spirit a little bit right now.
Something's better than nothing. Mark says, got him a new contract over dinner. Yeah, I actually tried to bump up Stowe's contract.
Oh, thank
and
you.
in return, Shab lowered it as a show of force.
Shit.
So he gets paid less now. Sorry, Stowe. I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
It's not. You don't want to be on the other side of the
Well,
negotiation table with Shab.
Sometimes you win your trades, sometimes you lose them. What can you do?
It's true. Yeah, the functionality of Stowe Coin will be to find new ways to provide 2010 Toyota Priuses to people that need hybrid vehicles.
Can you walk us through how you got in your trade? Lito, or all of chat, really. We're trying our best to get a DOM that we like so that we can showcase it on stream, everything we do for you guys. It will be someday. I don't know when someday is, but long story short on that question is this area was an area of interest to me, right? We are tapered in volume under. Same thing with yesterday's profile. And the only thing was, all right, now that we're under this, we're into that range. Do they continue to push it? As soon as they tried it like twice and they weren't going to push it, I got the first longs, I'm taking profits. The rest of my position comes back to me, break even, but they're holding it again. So I tack some size back on. scaling out again, and by then I'm down to half again. The news comes out, just barely saves me, and this is the trade you see now. So I was scaling out pretty aggressively on the first half of my trades on the moves up because, well, the range was super narrow. The market was still largely indecisive of, hey, are we going to continue lower, right? Go through this low volume area and go back into the range, or do we hold it? So until I get like a definitive amount of information on that, we'll loosely say definitive. I'm going to be taking my profits quicker because at the time, my trades, I did speculate the direction, but it was more so, okay, I'm willing to enter now on this risk because I do think within the next for the next 5 minutes, we're going up. If not for the rest of the session, if not new highs, I have a good idea that at least for the next few minutes, we're going up because they're trying to sell down and they're not getting what they want. So I'm scaling out because of that, right? And then I'm holding the rest in case the plan develops, the trade develops into something better. It didn't. Took me out, got back in, and started developing better, holding it again, and the news skirted on by. It's super close. And then now it's starting to really go on this pullback. I'm like, do I add? Usually I would, but the profile was looking quite neutral. I was like, look, I've got two. I'm happy with two. If we do extend, I'll get more opportunities to add, stuff like that. And that's the trade. That's the trade. I'm always looking, you can see it on any piece of order flow. You can look at the DOM. You can look at delta by price. You can look at a footprint. If I'm speculating higher prices, I want to see selling get unrewarded. So it could be that simple. So as we breach an area like this, right? We're going into the zone and they pop price back up. Now I want to see selling come back in and be unable to get back to the lows. If they sold it once, they got to this spot and they couldn't push into low volume. They try it again and they can't even get back to the same spot. That's being unrewarded. To me, that's going to be the green light. Okay, let's try these longs now, right? And now you have your defined risk. Everything is fitting together as a puzzle piece. Prior to that, if I'm looking to nab the low, right, like bottom tick along, I can't really tell what my risk is. It could be, it can be right here, or it had to be all the way down here, which is like almost 30 points, 25 points, which I don't want. So I'm waiting for more information to not only know or be able to speculate, are we going to continue up, but also where can I put my risk? If the market isn't giving me any action, any structure, any information as to where I can put my risk, I don't have a trade. It's no different than trying to catch a knife or call a top. You need to know where your risk can be placed. So hopefully all that made sense.
No, that was great. Yeah, I hope that Dom's coming too as well because we have a lot to talk about with it. We'll figure it out. We'll get something sorted shortly. I just pulled up a 15-minute Dow chart and holy crap, it's thin air down there. It's pretty crazy. It's terrifying.
So you're
I have no
saying
way
it's
to
like,
pull it
don't
up.
look down?
Yeah, I have no way to pull this up on I have no way to pull this up on NinjaTrader because I don't have that data. But yeah, it's wild. And it is plowing through it at the moment.
Lito, I don't know if you've seen, I do have YouTube videos out there that very explicitly outline what I'm looking at on the DOM. So you might want to check out my YouTube, just those videos. Yeah, nothing's changed. It's exactly that. And there will be more content going further. Soon.
Very soon. We got a double episode drop on Sunday. You guys excited? I'm about to find out how many of you people that wanted this podcast to happen are actually going to listen to it because, I get to find out. Free plug. It's free real estate.
Fabio says, boys, I've been trading for a year and a half now, watching you guys, especially me. Hello. YouTube videos has been fundamental in my development as a trader, so I appreciate you all. Well, we appreciate you being on the show with us. You will be happy to know that there will be plenty more content coming out from all of us for free. Ooh. The best 4-lettered F word of all time, guys. Free.
It's true. Hey, Shab. Morning, Shab. So
Yeah, I
what'd you
kind
guys
of
do? Where'd you guys go to eat? Tell me. Was it
oh
awesome?
man, Chris took us to some really fancy looking spot.
Ooh.
I got there, Shad was already there, and we were looking at each other like, wow. Wow, this is how Chris lives, huh? Wow.
Chris is a secret. Is Chris a secret baller?
I
I
mean,
had him
look,
pegged.
you
I had him
you
pegged.
hold along for an entire trend day up. I guess this is how you live, right?
Yep. Yep.
Um, yeah, Shab's keeping a close eye on me now because I told her like, yeah, I've been pushing boundaries since the show started. He's like, ah, I see, I see. He's bad and bougie. Hey, good
Yep.
morning, guys.
I can see that.
It was
Hey,
it was a good
Chris.
dinner. Um, we found that we had a lot in common, obviously the three of us and stuff like that. I mean, I tried to hype up that Stowe stock, so we're at all-time highs, baby, on that Stowe stock.
Um. Yeah, Shab's the best. Chris is the best. I can't wait to meet Chris in person in October. That's gonna be cool. We'll see if Chris is willing to roll with us to a dangerous casino. That's my test to see
Oh,
how
hey,
cool
yeah,
anybody
no, I got a
is.
line on that Stowe. Shab.
Stab. That's Shab's
That's her alter ego.
casino
That's her
nickname.
alter
Yeah.
ego, and she
Sure
gets a little
about that?
belligerent.
You sure about that?
Nah,
You
she
sure
said
about that?
she's done some due diligence. She's done some due diligence for you.
Oh hell yeah.
It's got to be the day we land,
Okay.
if anything. But me and Chris, we land late. We land at 9, so that's like you land, you gotta get off the plane, go get your bags, get to the hotel and stuff. And I was telling her like, yeah, I gotta get my sleep in too. There's beauty sleep I gotta get. So
Yes, XY enjoys his
yeah,
time and his
so we'll
solace.
see. We'll see. We will see.
I mean, 9 o'clock is like it's like 4 p.m. in casino time, really. I mean, nothing cool really starts to happen until like
Yeah,
11.
well, that's the trick. Every hour is 4 p.m. in casino time.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy, morning.
Yeah, hey, look, we are
Yeah,
we're
we're
still
really partying,
alive.
huh?
We're still alive. It's not a bad Friday.
Very live. I'm gonna try to get. Yeah, I did. I'll switch over here, and I picked the wrong market today. You win. I'm still gonna take. I'm going for 24 110. That's
How many
gonna be my target.
how many lots you still got right now?
I just have one.
Oh, you're on, yeah, me too. I hate that because I just keep wanting to take the profits.
Yeah. Oh, the Dow, dude. If I could, can I pull up a trading view chart? Is that legal? I don't
It's
know.
only
Is
one way to
that
find out.
is
Do
that
what I
not?
do.
I think
Try
trading
it.
views in the family.
They said it's fine. Backstage said
Cool.
it's fine.
All right.
Yeah, so it's crazy. Still, yesterday, I tried to pay for dinner, right? And
Nice.
Shab took my card, chucked it to the side, and slammed $10,000 cold hard cash on the table. And I was like, hey, you got it. You got it. We're good. We're good. You got it. Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
I haven't found my card since, so I gotta get a new card.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe she did find that on the way, honestly. Money magnet.
okay. Here you go. Look at this thing. Is that a healthy looking 15-minute chart to you, XY? What do you think?
Um,
Does this
who
look
is
a
that?
little emotional?
Who is that?
This is the
That's
Dow, my
the
friend.
Dow? Oh no.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's like you've got a fear of heights and you're up really high and someone goes, just don't look down, man.
Yeah, no, this gives me yes, exactly. I feel like I might lose my lunch at some point.
No, that doesn't look.
Listen, Hunter, I don't really know what I'm doing with this chart. I'm just showing you a Dow chart so I can for the narration purposes of of yes, but I promise I don't really look at this too much. But yeah, that's a nasty looking 15-minute chart to me.
Nah, still check it out. I got something that can save us.
Okay.
Hold on to your horses, buddy. Hmm. Hmm. Something like this.
You got some crayons?
Check this out.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a good
You
crayon.
literally can't lose.
ES is just going to do red team, blue team stuff to me all day, isn't it? Just up. Yep. Balance day. NQ up. Dow's going to puke its brains out. ES going
I
to sit
mean,
here.
Truthfully speaking, it is kind of what we want to see. It's like a slow tape, right? They're building higher and higher.
Yeah.
This is exactly how it should be if you want to grind up.
Yeah.
And if it fails at some point, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, this is what you'd want to see. You want to see building interest higher, and that's going to be a grind, right? If it's not super grindy price action, it's probably not building volume, and the whole thing can fall apart. Yes, yeah, it's not really playing ball, which sucks, but
It's
it's
okay.
like now I want
It
to
only
start
sucks for
trailing, but
me.
I'm not sure where. Oh man.
Everything made a good low overnight. I don't know. That it looked exhaustive. That's why I was happy to buy this 88 guy again. Yeah, wow. They made that new all-time high and it just bought the hell out of it and then just slowly kept going. That was very odd reaction up there at 24K70. This might just be the slowest Friday of all time. So,
I mean, a grind up day be like that, right? That's what we want, unfortunately. It's what it's got to be. If you want the market to keep going up, it's going to do it like this. My ass is clenched, I'm telling you guys. Hey, that was me going into data.
it's true. Dude, that consumer sentiment, that stupid University of Michigan has had my number so many times. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
If
I
I
should have
didn't
kept
really
it on.
like my entry, it would have been way harder for me to want to hold half of my position into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we were in pretty nice profits. Like it was going well. I was like, I can take the rest of this and be happy, but I was like, you know what? The entry's pretty good. If the
Yeah.
day's gonna continue, I don't want to give up this access because we might not see it again. And sometimes you get lucky.
Yep. No, I knew. Well, I didn't know. Nobody ever knows anything. But I took mine off right in front of that news. Because I mean, we were still in the 30-second opening range. So I'm like, chances are high I'm gonna get another shot at this price. So if I need to get back on, I can get back on. But I'm glad that, however,
I
the
will hate it
University of Michigan students
if we
are
lose a
feeling it.
node though. No.
I mean, it looks like the Dow only has like 400 points to sell off before support here. So, I mean, we might.
Oh, that's it. That's a little shallow pullback.
Dude, it's crazy. This chart, I pulled it up. I was like, this can't be real. Is this a meme coin? I don't know what somebody said on when the hell was this? I don't know, September something. Maybe it
Hey,
was
you've got a question.
Oh.
Why did Stowe switch to ES?
Couple reasons. I've always traded ES. Just in general, I always trade both. Even when I'm on the show, you guys just see me trading NQ. I'm also usually trading ES too. Not always at the same time, but sometimes. Sometimes I'm in an ES trade if NQ's being a little wiggly and ES is a little cleaner. But just for the purposes of this, I thought it would be better for us to have a balance. And, you know, some people were asking for it. So why not?
So if people asked you to trade, I don't know, soybeans, would you do it?
I don't think so. I mean, soybeans, I might do it because I've never tried that. But just because ES was a market that I've already been trading, I was willing to also trade it. But every time I try to take a new market on like that, it's literally never a good idea. It's always the worst idea humanly possible. Try gold. I remember Leo was like, "Hey, I made a new gold chart. You want to check this out?" I was like, I do want to check that out." Then a couple $1,000s later, I deleted the gold chart. Yeah, Sean, I got a lot of friends that trade the beans. Big bean fans around these parts. Okay, ZS is the NQ of grains. That's cool. Kind of feels like soybeans have a little cred.
Why is ES acting like that, Stowe?
I'm telling you, man.
NQ's tape is still pretty strong.
Yeah. The Dow. I don't even know what the Russell's doing.
Nobody ever does.
The Dow is quite sad at the moment. But we'll see. I mean, it's 10:53. Or 10:43 rather, so we still got a bunch of time until this is normally when I'm coming on, so I'm also like I'm in a little bit of confusion with where I'm normally at when I'm on the show. Does that make any sense?
So says, who the Dow Jones? Nope, Mike Jones.
No, Devitt, I was not short. No. Devitt asked if I was short from 6,600 yesterday. No, absolutely not. I was long into that. I scaled out at 98 because Uncle Pax told me, "Hey, watch out for 98." So I took my last mini off at 98 and just put some MES on to see if we got any end of day push, but we did not. I mean, we would trade the live cattle stuff, but those pit hours are so weird. Like it's closed, right? Don't they close at like 2:00? So we can't do that in the afternoon.
Who? What does cattle?
Yeah.
YG trades. No, Stowe does not trade demo.
Nah.
Also, we are not even allowed to trade demo for marketing purposes.
No, that would be crazy.
Here on NT Live, so.
No, I either trade a funded prop account or my cash account. The only reason I really ever trade the prop account is if I've hit, my price target for the day in my cash account, and I still want to trade, or I need to stream. So,
well, look, we're going up.
I realized this last night when I was cutting up the podcast. I was thinking about, it's cool to listen. I know this might sound silly, but like I like to listen to the Painting the Tape podcast too. Like I find myself learning stuff from it. And last night I was like, I've created 2 different trading sessions in the day for myself, and I really do treat them completely differently. Like morning session's done. I really have been getting good at leaving from noon to 2.
It's a good feeling, right? For a process.
Yeah.
It's just like you take your life back. It's a lot more sustainable.
Yeah.
It's feel good. Yeah.
Yep. And then the afternoon. So a lot of times when I'm switching accounts for the afternoon, it also feels good because it's like I'm starting again. Like this is a new session. This is a fresh start. I'm not bringing in any baggage or ideas from the previous session. Like now I'm doing this. And it was hard to trade the afternoon session for a while, but when I finally started to get into that mindset, that like, hey, this is new, do a reset for it, then that's when it started to click for me a little better, and I found afternoon setups and stuff to play.
Hunter, yeah. Waking up and Chris and Shab trying to keep me out all night yesterday. They're like, "You're not gonna sleep. You're not gonna just relax."
I was gonna say Shab must have known that you got to wake up at crack of dawn. I wonder if.
Dude, well, I learned yesterday Shab just doesn't sleep. That's her thing.
No, she doesn't sleep. We got home.
She legit doesn't sleep.
We got back to our spots after our world's most dangerous casino adventure, and I was like, "Hey, man, that was fun." I shot her a text, and she's like, Yep, I'm starting to work on this presentation for tomorrow. Okay. Well, that makes one of us, man.
Like switching gears right away. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like she's got 3 days in one. You thought the day was done. She's on to the next day. She's 3 days later.
Yep. No, well, Sav is also a machine too. They're both very high performing individuals. Yeah, we're very lucky to have them in our lives.
You know, we also decided for
What?
the 150K subscriber thingy.
Ooh, did you get to find out what the thing is?
I don't know. It might be proprietary.
Ah!
I don't know. I'm looking out my window and there are
All right,
these
text me
really
later. Text me
scary
later.
dudes
Text
in
me later.
suits right here with NinjaTrader badges on them. And I'm afraid that if I say something, you might never see me again.
Well,
But
I'd hate that. I hate that.
look, hey, we made a decision. If Pax is gonna give out the Gamos,
Mm-hmm.
maybe XY will give out a Versace robe.
What? Okay.
I know.
That's cool.
I know. It's easier to say yes when they've got a gun in my head. But
How much are Ferragamos? Maybe, I mean, if we're chipping in, maybe I can give a 2010 Toyota Prius away.
Stowe,
How do you spell Ferragamo?
I'm sure chat could tell you right now.
All right,
I'll tell you,
Ferragamo shoes.
when it comes to dress shoes, even for like the office and stuff, they are mega comfy. There's so many like dress shoes out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ever since Stowe started making the big bag, he's different. He bought Viore one
Basically,
time
what I
and
do.
it's like,
Oh, that's a great question. So I have a question in the chat. ES Capital says, "Hey Stowe, may I ask what percent is your daily goal on your personal account?" Pretty much, I figure out, have I made enough money to buy something nice to eat for that night for my wife and kid, and can I get another pair of Ponto performance joggers, and then I'm done. I'm pretty much just playing for sweatpants right now, if I'm being honest. No, just kidding. The real answer to that question is it's not based on percent of account. It's not based on like actual monetary size. What I try to do, and I was explaining to somebody this last night that DM'd me, so I'll try to elaborate on it a little bit. When I'm looking to hit a price target for the day for like, have I made enough money to be done? It all has to do with the day type, right? So if we're in a balanced day, that day type is going to be a day where I'm buying the low edge, selling it in the middle, and then selling the runner at the high. For balanced days, I don't play both sides because I just, not great at shorting. We've been over that. For a trend day that works and becomes a proper trend day that ends at the highs, I'm able to figure out, like, I know how much gas is in the tank on those when they go, just based on ADR, just based on, some higher time frame levels and things like that. So once we get like to a certain point, price slows down, then I know I'm done for the day. Like yesterday, by the time we came on the stream, I had gotten most of the meat out of that day, and I was just ready to be, have a runner, try to get to 5,600 and be done. Let's see. Is this turkey going to come down and get me before overnight high?
you know what's really funny? Me and my buddies, when we're in Vegas, all prices, currencies are converted into chips. So if you go to the store, you're like, oh, I want this or some food. It's like $50. We're like, what's 2 green chips? What's 2 green chips?
Exactly,
Just
right? That's how they get you.
get on with it.
I've been there.
So there's this really, really funny comment you've got to read, and it's from Brian Stafford.
Oh,
He
okay.
says, Stowe can contribute a used Prius battery.
It's true. I could.
So funny.
But no, it's all, when I figure out if I'm done for the day, it either is because I don't see much more potential for, like, there's not enough meat on the bone left in the day if it's a trend day, or if it's a balanced day, I just kind of go until the day has worn me out. And mental capital is important to me, so I just preserve that. Wow, this freaking Dow is just going straight down, while NQ goes straight up. So yeah, and then the days that get me where I end up usually red and need my safety stuff to protect me, like my daily loss limit, my other risk controls, are trend days that break down and reverse into downtrend days. Those days are my kryptonite. They're not very often. They're outlier days in many ways, but those days I don't need to quit because I've made too much money. Usually I quit because I've lost money on those days.
So you're gonna get some Ferragamos or
No.
no?
I'm just going to wear Converse forever, dude.
Oh, you're talking about full suit, bow tie, all that, and then you look too far down and you just see some chucks.
Well, I have nice Converse for the dressing up. I have the ones that haven't been all scuffed up and seen the bathroom of too
Time to
many
bring
dive
out. It's like
bars.
you open your closet. Like, time to bring out the Sunday best. It's just like
Yeah.
there's like 6 pairs of chucks, and it's the cleanest one.
If you want,
We've got a business meeting tonight. Time to bring out the big guns. It's like the same shoe but cleaner.
if you want to know the truth, this is 100% accurate. I have 3 pair. I have the normal pair. I have the really nice pair. And then I have the old normal pair, which is now turned into the ones I mow the lawn in. And those are the 3 pair of the exact same shoe that I have. Very nice.
Dude, you are unknowingly giving out major alpha. They say consistency is the key to success. You guys see how Stowe makes the big bucks? It's on full display. He's got like a Steve Jobs kind of thing,
Yeah.
but Converse.
It's the truth.
That's like a modern day Steve Jobs. Like you've got Converse and Viore, but it's consistent. Do I have a target? No. Usually, yes, I'm trailing. I'm looking for a target. I will get flat, but this is a very rare case where the market is in full price discovery mode. And what I mean by that is we are at new all-time highs. And as long as they want to discover higher prices, I will discover along with it.
Oh, give me
And
it.
I've got, so this is a second long. I got long twice. I've been paid maybe
Ha
14 lots. 14 lots of this long. So
Woo!
this one, I'm riding with it.
This is kind of my target here, but like you said, this is just, range based target. It's not based in previous price action. When you're at all-time highs, this is just the only way to have targets. So
Yeah, I'm going until structure shifts in some way. I'm just gonna
well,
keep riding with it.
Mr. Dow, finally waking up.
Was it at 0?
No, it went pretty far. I don't know. It bounced in the middle of nowhere. So
Let me pull that up. Pull that up. Wait, is it on your phone?
nah, yeah, it's on my phone. I can show you.
But yeah, chat, I gotta make extra money right now for the giveaway. So
That's true.
these things don't come cheap. So
We got to make that Ferragamo money, baby.
yeah, Pax gotta make some Gamo money. I gotta make some Versace money. And Stowe's got to find a dealer for used Prius batteries. So he's got some due diligence he's got to do.
I got a guy. I'm good.
Yeah. If anyone's got a Prius guy, you're looking
Yeah.
at him.
You got to have one. If you're a Prius guy, you got to have a Prius guy. Hunter's trying to hit 6,600 and go to bed. Yeah, I'd be down. That'd be fun. I think if we hit it today, we're probably going to do more than go through it. Or maybe we just get Gamma pinned up there if Gamma's in the room. I don't know.
Let's see. OA4. This can totally pull back to the 80s
Yeah.
and still be healthy. So I don't know. I'm just trying not to get shaken at anything.
I took mine off. I only have one because I will buy it again.
You
But,
only have one? I thought you had one the whole time.
No, I did. So I just got flat there at that 410 spot.
Oh,
Or
you're flat.
Yeah, 24 110. This is what I was looking for up here.
So flat before me. This
I
is
know.
weird. Freaky Friday.
Well, we're in this is super extreme time. Not to say that this can't keep going, but we hit my target while we're above. This is a good thing to explain. If we hit a target I have and we're above or below the plus or minus 2 standard deviation, that's like crazy town trend. So I just get out of there, and because I know I can buy it again once we get back into a more reasonable trendy spot for continuation for me. So that's how I feel about that.
Justin has an interesting. So I trade options contracts on QQQ and SPY. I keep
Okay.
getting tagged out with my stop loss. How do I know how wide to make it so it doesn't hit all the time? Well, the first question is
On
when you do get
options,
tagged
I
out,
don't know.
does it keep going against you? Or is it like you get tagged out and then it goes in your favor again? That's a very key thing to discern first.
This is why I don't trade options. You can get, I mean, if you have a stop loss on an options price, there's like 6 things that can influence that option price and tag you out. It's not just based on the price of the NASDAQ, right?
Mhm.
So like if you get a gamma spike or you get a Vega spike or something, that's going to alter the price of that option and could tag you out. Also, the spread on some of those options on even QQQ, like it's not great. Sometimes you get banged out in the spread. So yeah, I don't really have any tips for that. That's why I trade futures, because you get stopped out at a price, the end.
That's true. Yep. We just hit 1.5 IB. Yep, we did. So things could definitely turn here, at least a sharp pullback. So I'm keeping an eye on it. We do have quite a bit of sell coming in, and if they don't get their way, it's even better. So I'm keeping an eye, potentially flan this thing, but if they continue higher, they're getting through quite a bit of sell tape, which is bullish. Yeah, but KDR, something very notable for sure. Strayman says, XY, that thing you showed of adding into winners has been game changer for me. Been making way more with way less cons. Yeah,
That's
it was
awesome.
a game changer for me too, but learning how to really do it effectively and efficiently was really hard for me. Took me a long while. So anyone who's trying to do so, you have to be patient with yourself through the process. But it can change your game entirely for sure. Your profit factor, your risk reward. Yeah, things can really blow up for you in a good way. What is XY's YouTube? Need the plug. My YouTube is XYZ Trades. But so there's some
But
videos on there. You can check it out in the meantime. But all of my content going further will be on painting the tape. What's the YouTube channel? I have no idea. Is it paint the tape? Painting
I think so.
the name is painting the tape, but I don't know like the link. But that's my YouTube video right there, or my YouTube channel right there. So you can see what I have so far. Going forward, there will be a new channel. Yeah, they should have one. Painting the tape. Yeah, we definitely have one.
Yeah, we definitely do. It is called. I know because I'm often logged into it by accident.
Oh yeah, it's Stowe's burner.
It's my
Not so
burner.
secret burner.
The world's most obvious burner.
Someone said they couldn't find it.
That's not possible.
It definitely exists. I could tell
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
just called
that.
painting the tape.
Painting the tape.
At painting the tape, I think.
Also, follow Painting the Tape on Twitter. I think it's Paint the Tape as a
Yes.
handle. But yes, go ahead and do that.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of
So
people are saying they can't see it.
the
I wonder why
YouTube
that is.
is the same as our Twitter handle. It's at paint_the_tape. And yeah, that's where we'll put our stuff.
Yeah, thanks, guys. But yes, I will be putting even more stuff. Stowe's working on some really good stuff for you guys. Yeah, it'll be legit. We'll all
Just
have playbooks
frozen
for
up
you
here. What's going on?
guys, our own personal playbooks, breakdowns.
The thing about trading ES that a lot of people don't mention is sometimes it's going so slow that you think that your computer is broken.
Well,
Am I allowed to trade it and make fun of people that trade it at the same time? I think. Does that give me qualifying immunity?
I'm like, should I bail from this? You got overnight high on ES. They are offering, but a lot of absorption. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give it to. I'm gonna give it to 16.5. There is no content on your YouTube channel.
That's right. We cleaned it all up because we're about to launch something new. So you are correct. It's just a blank page for now. Because we used to have the old podcast there, but we're not going
Wait,
to
are
be
you talking about
doing
painting the tape or mine?
no painting the tape.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I don't know what happened then.
No, XY. I got in and deleted all your stuff while you weren't
Oh,
looking.
thanks.
No, we're not going to do. The place to find us on YouTube is always going to be NinjaTrader. That'll just be where we host the stuff. So we'll have a website that's a stand-up website. You can go for our educational content, things like that. And then to watch us stream and do YouTube things, we'll be here all the time, just like normal. I hope they have skee ball. Me too.
Skee ball videos? Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Do we run zone defense or man to man?
Hmm.
Yeah, zone is too wide of a stop for me.
Absolutely.
Man to man on my trades for sure.
Yeah, this is just moving at the speed of Sunday.
Oh, Job, no, those are going to be behind paywall. You have to get PTT Plus premium for that.
Do you have can you do a Mario 3 speed run?
Dude, absolutely not. It took me long enough to beat final stage 3 Bowser in the original Super Mario game. That was tough.
Yeah, dude, that was tough, especially for a kid.
That was tough. Star Fox was super legit too. Man,
Yes, Star
what a
Fox was great.
time.
I never had an SNES, but I would go to Sears and play Star Fox while my parents were shopping. I don't know
Oh,
if
dude,
anybody-
yeah, back in the day, that's what you do as a kid. Like you'd go to like Best Buy or Sears or whatever, and then it's like, all right, game section because you get to play it for free.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, Stowe.
Yeah.
Are we safe?
This is well, it's annoying because
This is the secret squiggly line.
yeah,
Or
this is
yeah.
also the. Let me switch off. So this is still good. I mean, this is a developing single print. We're coming down into this distribution here. So yeah, good spot to bounce. I can't really say much about ES here. If
It's
I'm
gotta
gonna
bounce is what I'm thinking. If it doesn't, I'm in danger. I am in danger. Oh, my bad. I can get the answer for you right now, Stowe.
what?
Give me a second. Oh, did I draw this right? Is it here?
Did you have the crayon? Oh, is the crayon doing is the crayon
I
right
don't
there?
know where it's supposed to be. I mean, that's always the trick, right? You keep drawing, you keep adjusting it till you're right or something. So
I don't know.
this can go from here. I mean, you could do this, right? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Some pretty angry tape coming off here, but they're not really getting a huge push, so we might be okay. We might be okay.
I have to confess, I did scalp a short off of that too. I know.
It'd
Sorry,
be
I
your
didn't-
own boy, man.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to jinx it. It's a little bit of a hedge against the CS long, so it's different. It's different. The Dow was just so gross down here. I wish I could pull it up, but I can't. Maybe we can write the. Maybe we can have some deli call the CME or something and be like, can you scoot the Dow over to a data feed that makes a little more sense?
Nah, he has to bring Pax with him and threaten him with a fight. Do it, or you go into the octagon with
sick.
Pax.
I love okay. So the best part about that story. So number one, chat, I knew the answer to that question. So you're welcome for asking it. Two, the best part about that story is that they put Pax on the board of people who were in charge of writing up people for fighting.
I know.
I mean, you can put that together. That's funny.
Tell you what, if you win the fight, I won't write you up.
Right. Yeah. That's the kind of law. Yeah, exactly.
The stories are so funny, man. And he's talking about someone getting clocked. He's like, bing, bing, bow. The Chicago style of impact.
Oh, so good, man. So good. All right, I'm gonna add one here. Because if it's doing the bounce guy, I want to see it get out of this quickly.
Any trend line people in the chat? Is this a good one? Is this good?
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to buy this 88 guy again.
The tape is still pretty angry.
Whose? NQ or ES?
NQ. I mean, yes, tape is also quite angry, it looks like. I would say they both have quite angry tape. They want to be like the Dow so bad.
They do.
Dr. Steve says Pax like fights like the Notre Dame Fighting Irish guy. You mean fisticuffs?
Fisticuffs, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna plant this here.
You trailing?
The 80s.
Trailing at 80.
I mean, we got like 4 points, 6 points shy of 100 points on the runner. That's quite a distance for me, at least. Actually, that's almost the entire day's range, so that's another thing to consider. But if this trend line does trend line stuff, I mean, we're cooking.
Yeah.
Hey, Daniel. Check out Daniel's comment. He says, Stowe, my lord, I love you.
Oh, thanks, Daniel.
You've got a lot of fans, man.
I got a couple.
I think you could probably, out of everyone on the show, you're probably the closest to being able to do like a crowd surf, stage dive.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever done one of those? It's pretty terrifying.
I've had no reason ever to even consider that. So
yeah, it's there's a lot of trust involved with a lot of strangers who are typically,
Well, Chad doesn't know that Stowe used to be a rock star at some point.
Nope, not true. Not a rock star. I'm just a guy. Can you take me higher?
There it is. We have evidence.
We actually needed that right now. We're both long pressing into this thing. We're like, yeah. So good call, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you. What was the band name? 6X Training. It was this band. A couple
Never
of my buddies
stopped buying.
put together. It wasn't that serious. It was called Creed, and
that little side project.
Little side project I had. That's back when I lived in Florida.
Before he discovered trading. He was just in the basement making some tracks. Nothing crazy.
I did. I quit Creed when I discovered
I think that was when you had the wrist injury and you couldn't make sourdough bread anymore, right?
Yeah.
And then you had to fill your time with something. Just accidentally made some hits. And then his wrist healed and he's back to making bread.
It's hard to knead. That's why sourdough bread's so great for me. It's no knead bread, so it's perfect for my carpal tunnel.
Why are we so unserious?
It's Friday.
That's true.
It's Friday. Who's complaining about being unserious? It's goofy. It's Friday.
It's right. You ain't got no job?
You ain't got no job. I'm gonna tell you jokes today, Craig. Yeah,
they want to do their best Dow impression.
Just
wow, ES
nice,
is like
nice
back
little
in there.
I know. Tell me about it.
It's all up to NQ now.
I almost got stopped. Very close. I'm running the 2-point stop on this thing, and it feels like an eternity.
Yeah, tell Business Duck to throw some size on this bid.
I wish Business Duck was working today, but I don't think that he's on. He probably takes Fridays off. He's got his interns
What's up with this? What's
running the
this with you
book.
and your neighbor, Stowe?
Hmm?
What's that, Stowe? Did you see your neighbor this morning? Did she say hi?
Oh, I didn't get to run today because we had an early start. So no,
Ah, you
I
like
did
run
not
by
get to see
people's
her.
white picket fence houses, like, and hi, hello, good morning.
No. Oh, you didn't see the show yesterday. Okay, this is what
No, I was
happened.
sleeping,
That's all good.
likely.
You deserve that. No, so I've been running the same like 4 mile loop in my neighborhood since we moved here like a year and a half ago. I see the same dog walkers every day. Everybody's on the same schedule here. It's hilarious. There's a lady who I've been waving to every day for a year, and she has never once waved back to me. Day before yesterday, she waved and said nothing, and then yesterday I got her to say hi and good morning. And I talked to her for a second, and she has a dog who wears sunglasses. She seems cool.
Whoa.
And she's never talked to me before, but I got the win yesterday. I got her to say hey. And so now the
That's a
new thing
breakout.
is to try to figure out what she's up to, get to know her a little more because she's cool. And her dog wears
All right.
sunglasses.
All right.
How cool is that?
What's up, Chris? Yeah, I'm trying to hold on to this trend as best I can. It's got a little dicey for a bit, but hopefully it continues.
Oh, thanks, Hunter. I appreciate you, bud. Yeah, sorry, I'm staring at a tape that isn't really moving right now. Trying to
Oh yeah, Stowe screen's been frozen for like an hour or so.
it's quite true.
Yeah, what a big win.
Yeah,
What
that
a
was
big
cool.
win.
Very, very big moral victory for myself yesterday.
John says, okay, he says XYZ, would you explain when you call that trend line no good anymore? Let me be honest with you. I don't really pay attention to it. I kind of just drew it, and I don't know if it's working in the first place. So I can't tell you if it's good or not. Um, I'm not the guy to ask. I'm not the expert on that, so I don't know.
No, we are amateur trend line.
Yes.
We're amateur cran
Yes.
aficionados. That's funny. Stream said,
This
yeah, maybe she is in witness protection. She's like, this kid will not stop waving at me.
the trend line's always good. You just redraw it. No, I don't even redraw it. I just move it.
Just move it.
It's more convenient.
Somebody asked me and Leo how long it takes to find out if the day is a trend day or not, and I said 6.5 hours. And I really think that's maybe been my best joke on this show ever. I want to make sure that you heard that. You find out 6.5 hours around then if it's a trend day or not.
Trend line needs to be tightened up just right to align perfectly with my level. Price cannot go through a trend line. That's the rule.
Oh, Leo's telling me I can do better. Okay. Okay, Leo. Okay, Mr. Sick Day. I see you over there. Between the dad jokes, business duck. Ooh, I did find some more ducks for next week, by the way.
Wait,
I
what do
don't
you mean
want
found more ducks?
well,
Like you had them or you bought them?
dude, they're everywhere. They're just showing up like
They're
I don't know.
multiplying.
We
They're
went
spawning.
when did we go on that vacation? Like a month ago? And then yeah, there's still like I went into the garage and found 2 ducks yesterday. So there's ducks all over this place.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll
Oh,
have
you
some
got like a
more.
little scavenger hunt
Yeah,
for
so I'll have
yourself.
some more ducks for next week.
Okay. Well, we are still alive.
RK is trying to actually answer that question with a serious thing. ADQD plus minus 1100 ADSPD. What are these things, RK, that you're saying?
Hieroglyphics. I have no idea.
Are those instruments? Are those what are they called? Breadth indicators?
Well, we know this. He thinks we are smarter than we really are. That's for sure.
That's definitely true. I mean, he must be new. Small and smooth up here. Christoph, I ran into a bunch of copyright issues with the Fed trading cards. The only way to not get in trouble for doing that without permission, and I don't know how in the hell I would ever get permission for it, but the only way to do it without permission is to use the photos of Fed governors that are in the public domain. And honestly, they're not very good, and there aren't that many of them. So my options
why
are
they're
pretty
free.
limited. Yeah. So I made a couple, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
orange
I also got
boxes
pretty busy.
absorbed by Delta. No. So they definitely found somebody up there.
Yeah. I went back to the overnight high and rejected it again. Yeah, not loving it.
Yeah, if they don't get it done here, I might just flatten this thing.
Man, it really hurt my foot. Um, this running, dude, it's for the birds. They might give a better entry at 10 minutes at the turn. We'll see. I mean, the book is just like 100. It's just so thick right now on ES.
Yeah.
There's no real way to move it at all. Every tick has 120 lots on it. So this is definitely going to be a really nice Friday to do anything else. So that'd be cool.
Tape not normal.
And we got, I don't know, my only thesis for the day played out, which was NQ to go take out that high, which would bring ES to its overnight high. So I don't really have a lot left expectation wise for this.
Yeah, honestly, my thesis just went to high a day, which was 64s. So anything else is, I mean, I've just been sitting in the same runner. Pretty sure they're gonna go explore downside prices now that they failed that upside.
Yeah.
I will flatten it here. That's the trade.
Eh. Yeah, this 90 spot was a pain yesterday too. Nick, actually, this tape is pretty normal. Also, good morning, Nick. Good morning. Yeah, they're trying to push it. Trying to push it now.
They are
They're
definitely.
selling the hell out of this
I
85
mean, the
spot.
tape got really angry after they made the high.
Yeah. But if they can't sell back through this, then you know what happens. Zip. Zip, zip. Straight back. This is actually quite a lot of there's quite a lot of stuff on the book for it being, the week before roll. Usually this is at least a little thinner by now.
Nick says he wants to see it back at 050, all the way down here, huh? Yeah.
Nick.
They could do it. Could do it. Still pretty angry
Got
tape.
me there. All right.
Close the single print maybe. Yeah, ES is like right back mid-range.
Yep.
Failed peak outside. They did leave a node above that overnight high. That's not good. Perhaps I will try an offer. Let's see.
Maybe we can go get this 85 guy again. 84. This is the view up from the low. Kicked off of it again. keeps trying to trick me into buying this. I'm going to start with 1 right there. Let's see if NQ can get back above 85. What time is it? What time is it? Okay, we got
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Okay. Mm. I like this spot because it was, I mean, this seller here, all these highs that it was kicking off of.
Oh, Stowe.
Yes.
We need to do some promo on the trading competition on the 25th.
That's true. Can we talk about that yet? We can, right?
We can. Oh, there it is. Look, they pulled it up and everything.
Nice.
Though.
Wait, hold on. Where the hell is it? I got too many windows. I need a third screen.
Hey, they took it down.
Oh.
That's not ours.
There is another
Trying to
trading competition that's
sabotage.
going in the meantime. But yeah, so on September 25th, I think that's the day, right? This is our warm-up for promoting it, by the way. So if we accidentally give wrong information today, it's not our fault. We're just practicing for later. Deal? Chat, is that cool? September 25th, XY, Leo, Nick, and myself will be trading all day, the entire day.
They are pulling me out of bed very early.
Yep.
So please participate.
Yep, all day, whole day. And you can trade with us. Cash prizes, normal arena challenge stuff. It's going to be sick. The 4-way arena battle.
Yeah, I know. All day, all 4 of us. What is that going to be like?
It's going to be awesome. Yes, $5,000 in cash prizes for the top 20 folks. Ah, dude, this looks pretty good.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I want in.
That was nice. I keep looking at over this Dow chart, and it's like it's the friend that's having no fun at the bar.
Where are we? You know, like that SpongeBob meme where like SpongeBob's behind who someone's behind, maybe Squidward is in the gutter and he's watching them play and having all that fun. He's in the pipes, the sewer pipes.
Yes, yeah. He's
having
looking out his
blast.
window. Yes. No, Hunter, it doesn't start in 2 days. It's 9/25.
25. Make sure you
Yep.
guys sign up for the right.
There's another
one.
contest that starts on September 15th. So, I mean, register for both. There's literally no reason not to. But the one that we're hosting is on September 25th, and it's going to be sick. We're going to have tons of weird stuff to do and give away throughout the day. Yeah, can we trade for an entire session? And who's going to win?
My brain's gonna melt. So yeah, I wish I got that long.
So wait until, I mean, just wait till I have the poly market going on the side bets. You can bet on Leo, Nick, XY, myself. Take it down. It's going to be great.
It's gonna be spreads, over unders, all kinds of stuff. Yep, there's the link. So make sure you guys sign up.
Oh, somebody's telling me that Spies View Up is here too.
Stowe is long NQ. No, he's long ES, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just one. Almost entirely based on what NQ is doing. So I'll go back to NQ and show this. I mean, I should be in here, I guess, but like, I don't have enough up. I don't have anything up here to look at for NQ. But for ES, I
Nobody
do.
does.
Right. So I've got like that's why I'm using NQ as kind of the guide, and I keep glancing over at the Dow, and it keeps giving me the middle finger. So that's why I'm trying this shot right here. I mean, Europe might come down and sell into this, and this is where I can put my second add on. But I like this little ledge here. We've kicked off of it twice. NQ is holding its trend up.
I'm gonna try to fade you still.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, sick. Let me look at this. Let me see this delta as it comes in here. You trying to be short from 100?
No, I'm short. I don't even know what price this is, like 89, but I'm
Okay.
only in 3 right now, trying to see if I even want to stay in this thing. Just 3. If I'll add if it actually starts working, but right now I'm starting to hate it. Yeah, I'm gonna get out 4 points. You'll need to scroll down, navigate. Yeah, they have. I think they have the banner now. So
Oh, nice.
you
Yeah,
can
it
pull up
shows.
the.
Yeah,
Ooh, look! I got
there we
palm trees
go.
in the back.
That's my
Make sure you guys screenshot this.
that's my old
Remember
headshot.
it.
That's my scumbag headshot. Jab told me the new headshots look okay, so that's cool. I'm always nervous doing that. I feel like a weirdo doing that. It's the same dude that takes my kids' school pictures, so it's funny because I just live in a small place. So I told Willow I was like, yeah, Dad went to get his school picture taken today too.
School
Like,
picture.
really?
Dude, she's so funny.
You go to school? I'm like, not really.
School never stops. And we can trade under the 80s. I will add some more here.
Here's the turn. So that single print, that single print existed. It's there for real, for real.
Oh yeah, it is for real.
Mm,
Angry tape.
yeah.
Yeah, they came into close to the hundreds where they sold earlier, and they didn't really put in much volume. So I'm like, I'm willing to take the short. Want to see them trade into at least mid 70s, low 70s under this node here, and I'll consider adding more. If not,
Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm getting stopped out to the tick a bunch of times. Worst.
it's the game, baby.
Yeah, I've really had to exercise the get back in and not be mad about it muscle a lot today.
ES is back at the open already.
Yeah. I just ran down, grabbed this 88 guy again.
I know.
Let me see. Do I have one selected? We got 89, 87. All right. Do this. 678. Looks like a decent tape turn there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they didn't find too much volume down there. I'm going to give this 7 points.
If you're wondering if the Dow bounced, it didn't, by the way.
Is it, is it still just going down?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Hey, we've got some news.
it's got some news spike at like, I'm trying to eyeball it. We might have hit it just then. I don't know. I guess I could pull up the actual.
Well, check this out. Deutsche Bank adds October Fed rate cut to 2025 forecast.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Great. So what's that mean? It's not going to happen? I got to figure out how to be one of these people that gets to say the thing that might happen that never happens. I feel like that's probably the best job in the biz. No, not even close. 45,842 on the Dow would be the top of like any sort of thing that would bounce. Wednesday, September 10th. Wow, the Dow really moved like insanely yesterday. Okay. I'm making myself dizzy with this Dow chart. I should probably just leave it be. The less I know about the Dow, the better. Do they really? All right. So, okay. So the Russell's just selling off with the Dow at the same time. So NQ is the only one that's having a good time?
No.
All right.
Like it. ES is still
Classic.
trying to make its decision. They're not really getting much below the open on ES, so it's not too bad for now.
It's just freaking stuck here.
$10-year in Russell.
Okay.
Seems like chat wants shorts, huh? You might be good.
I don't know. I mean, this is a ton. I mean, it's not like a metric ton, but it's quite a bit of selling.
Yeah,
that was rewarded
that was that
at
angry
the
sell.
point of control. So let's see. It's
They're still
11:35.
trying to sell this thing, but they're not getting anything.
Yeah. The only encouragement I have is that all of that selling on NQ did
Yeah.
not get anywhere. They
They did not get what they wanted.
They did not even poke the IB high at all.
That sweep had very little volume too.
Yeah.
So not enough interest just yet for more downsides. ES wants at least 85. I don't know. ES doesn't even know what it wants. ES doesn't even know what it wants.
You could be right. Yeah, ES might want the IB low, but it's already broken its IB high. So, as far as stat nerdery goes, we're in a good spot with that.
I'm going to cover more aggressively if we can get these shorts lower.
I'm glad you stayed in it.
I just got in it, actually.
Oh, okay.
I scratched out the other ones. Just the shorts that I'm taking here, they got to start going or I don't like them, like right away. Kind of like what is it? You're right or right out?
Right or right out.
You're trying to short this kind of stuff, you better get out if it's not working like right as you think it should.
Uncle Pax says.
So like as they're selling here, I'm short, but as soon as the selling stops, I'm out.
Let's see. Let's see if they can keep pushing it.
Yeah, they're still trying to offer this thing. They're reloading, but they need forward progress. That's what I'm looking for here. Reloading's cool and all, but they got to hit the bid. Staring intently at the order flow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for NQ, they keep like failing to build volume above like the 96s. That's where a lot of the absorption is, the taper, and for as long as they're going to do that, I'm going to be interested in the shorts, but I've got my finger on the trigger to flatten these things every single time. So I'm looking for 80s for a cover. They are still absorbing like crazy here.
Yeah.
Stowe's got the super bid.
Nah. I'm not loving it. Kevin's talking to Austin in the background. I'm hearing the
Yeah, I
inside
can hear it.
baseball.
I was like, is that Stowe? I was like, no, that's backstage.
No. All good, buddy. It's Friday, Kevin.
Why don't you hop on the stream then? Oh, man.
Close. Let's see. We got, yeah. Price frozen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're still just battling it out here. I've got my finger still on the flatten button just
too.
in case.
Very close. One of us is not going to have to hit it.
Someone's gonna die here.
Yeah.
A soul for a soul.
This 88.75 guy needs to pull. I mean, bid's trying to go through it. There you go. You just need to stack. You gotta stack. Now you have to push. There you go.
He's like, no, I don't wanna. I don't wanna.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
You can't make me. There is a buyer there for sure, yeah. Almost 800 lots against the offer.
You gotta, yep. Now you gotta lift though, is part of the thing that you need to do.
He's like, oh, that's, yeah.
NQ reloaded too.
Yeah, NQ is still just reloading this offer, but they need to hit bid, and they haven't really done that yet.
Nobody's doing anything. Literally.
It's like a tug of war over 10 points right now.
Yeah, it's terrible.
NQ.
Yeah, 10 NQ points.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 3 ticks over here like it's the Civil War. It's crazy. All right, just need that 3 to stay at 3. If they don't want to cross down into that bid, don't seem to want to.
All right, we got one off. Taking 2, down to 5.
Nice.
I'm gonna hold on to these 5 and see how far we can get here. Be covering aggressively on this move. The angry tape is back.
I
for
know.
NQ. But ES, I don't know. ES isn't really too angry. Not yet, at least. Yeah, NQ there.
This is what it was like all day yesterday down here at this 88 spot too.
What? What were they doing? I wasn't even on the charts really yesterday.
Just like very slow absorb, just like
Mhm.
whatever you want. Not a lot of like decent taper on the bid ask. So they get down to the 87 guy, slows down. They only fill a couple lots, then the bid shows back up and runs them. Same
Like right
same,
now?
yeah, kind of like right now. But I mean, we still have ways to get out of this. We've moved the point of control down to this
Mm-hmm.
this node, so that might have just been like a tiny exhaustion. I'm not ready to get excited that this is going to bid back into the range, but I'm trying to use my balance area skills at the moment to hold this, but we'll see. I need the bid to stack up now that it has popped out of here.
They need to really crack this, or I will be starting to cover pretty aggro. Thick bid. Super thick bid.
Chris H, yeah, we probably will. I mean, you can roll whenever you want to, but I would imagine Monday is the roll. I roll when there's more volume on the December contract than the September, and that the last couple quarters has been the Monday of roll week. I'm trying, Nick. I'm trying to get to IB high.
They just tapped at an NQ, but my TP is like right under, so they missed me just a bit. I think they'll come back. Maybe, maybe not.
Never.
Never,
Never coming back.
never trading that price again.
That price is dead. Dead to me.
The CME has removed that price from the ladder.
Stacking up a little bit. Sorry, move over.
What, are you long IB high?
Yeah, I'm still long this. No, I'm not long
You're
in
still
NQ, but I'm long right here in ES. I've got an average price of right now, so I'm long 89.50. They're really making me work for literal ticks today.
ES is starting to build this volume. Can they just fill me now?
Yeah, you're gonna get it now.
All right, we'll make a deal. I'll move it 2 ticks up. We'll make a deal.
Well, spite fill rules say it should be lower.
Well, I still got some lots on. That's why it's not spite yet. Spite fills are when I'm down to like 2 or 1. Yeah, I'll definitely get some spite fill action going, but we're down to 4 now.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
See if they can leave that node and get to the next, and we'll cover some more. The green streak continues, ladies and gentlemen. There's some offer lift in the 70s right now. What is this? I'll cover another. I'm down to 3. Don't want to hold everything. Okay. So we're out more than half, and we'll see what we can get on the rest. Thank you for the golf clap.
Golf clap, golf clap.
We will have a new president before XY's green streak ends.
Truth. That is true. That's why I ain't never losing.
Yeah, they just gave me a come on, right? I went up. Now I'm going down with it, and I got a golf clap. I want the fair. I want Pax soundbite. I love that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Is it close?
yeah, Daddy's
There
gonna
it
get his
is. Not
Ferragamos.
too bad.
I love it. Yeah, I'm glad I covered another one there. There's like this jumpy
Yeah, this sucks.
bid. Oh, they're getting ran over now.
Yep.
They're still lifting this offer here in the 73, 74s. I don't know who it is, but they clearly disagree with what I think.
Yes, they do.
The divergence is so crazy today between like all four, right? RTY,
Yeah.
the Dow, ES, and Q. Who's lying? Nobody knows. It's everybody and nobody at the same time.
All right. Now let's see if we can get a proper taper down here that I got stopped out to the tick. This is why I'm suck at balance days.
Is the IB lava?
Maybe. I mean, NQ's IB is always like this.
The
Honestly.
IB is lava right now.
When was the last time I went short? I think I was short an NQ micro just a second ago, but
Is
been
it
a
the
long time.
Fibonacci bros lifting this? Hey, Nick. Yeah. I guess me and Nick are. Nick's still in his short. Yeah, this 70s guy, man. Just why don't you relax a little bit? It's Friday. Moon phase, bro. How many years did it take for me to be able to hold in this price action? I'm only able to hold in this price action because I already took half of my size off. So it's not as consequential for the rest. Otherwise, yeah, I'd be my my brain would be frying right now. Absolutely. So,
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. But it is Friday, which is good. You gonna do anything cool for the rest of the day? You got your whole day in front of you. How awesome is that?
I know when you were like, "Oh, Euro closing soon," I was like, "What? They haven't closed like 2 hours ago?"
Right.
It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I have a wedding tonight.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
fun. You're still young
Yeah.
enough that your friends are getting married. That's nice.
I got another one in like, oh, right after the October meetup.
Right? Yeah.
I gotta leave super early on Saturday. Going to a wedding. I think they're gonna break even the rest of my stuff here. Maybe. Maybe not.
Still needs above 90. I don't know if they're gonna get it.
That was super close. Stowe is not 26, guys. He's
I'm
22.
25.
No, oh, somebody's lying.
No, I'm 40. I haven't got a
Yeah,
wedding invite
Ronto,
in a long
I will
time.
be suited. Maybe I'll wear a green jacket for the green streak.
You should hit up the store, get some Converse, dude. Check it out.
Ooh, some nice.
Get yourself a nice pair. You know what I mean?
XY is 40 and also 22. I think I'm the young. No, 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 no. Me and Chris are same age. Found that out yesterday. Eagles Chiefs this weekend? Yes, sir.
That's gonna be awesome. I'm stoked
Yes,
for that.
sir.
I tried to watch that game last night. I'm just like, I can't really get into Thursday night football. I don't know what it is about it. I just like it doesn't resonate with me.
It was who? It was Packers,
And
Commanders?
Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was out at dinner, so could
What
not
are
see it.
what is the Washington name again now? I
Commanders.
don't Commanders, okay.
Used to be the Skins, but that
Yeah,
was
I mess it
too
up with
offensive.
Cleveland.
The Browns?
Though what's Cleveland? No, not Browns, baseball. Because they both had to change their names. I forget what Cleveland's is. I feel like it's Commanders. Is it not? No, it's not the Indians. That's what they had. Guardians. Thank you. Okay. See, Guardians and Commanders are quite very similar.
Guardians? I didn't even know there was a baseball team with the
Yeah,
name Guardians.
Cleveland had to change from Cleveland Indians to Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, okay.
Similar theory. There was a big I lived in Cleveland for a while. There was a big push to have them be called the Cleveland Spiders, which I feel like would have been way sicker than
What, you guys have like a bunch of spiders over there or something?
I don't know. It seemed
Sounds
cool.
horrible.
Brother,
Yeah, no, that's horrible. First time watching, what kind of setup's that on your screen? Doesn't take up much real estate because of your faces. I'm on 720. Oh, I'm on 5K, 2K. That might be why it's hard to see stuff. Also, I keep my price scale kind of like scrunched in so I don't get lost in the sauce, and I'm aware of like what ranges we're dealing with, so that I don't try to do dumb stuff, or else if it's like this, I might think like, oh, this is so good for this, and it's just like 6
Yeah.
points or something, and I get lost in that. So apologies in advance, but this is how it's got to be for me. Keeps me really picky about my entries too. So that is a
I mean, that's why you're the king. That's why you're the best. Nobody snipes an entry on NQ like XY, and you can't.
People
really do
always
anything to
ask.
do it.
The people, the best entries, the most beautiful.
I'm not even joking. He's making a joke. I'm not making a joke.
I appreciate that, buddy.
Of course. I wish I could do it. I watch your damn stream all the time. I'm like, how can I do this?
How can I do it? Mhm. Well, there will be content on PTT.
That's true. I'm gonna watch it. It's gonna be good.
Samsung 57. 57-inch 5K, 2K? That's pretty extreme. Mine is at 40. Oh, 50. You mean like super wide? Yeah, I chose the 40 because it's taller for the NQ DOM because obviously NQ is really jumpy. Don't necessarily need a wider screen. I would prefer it taller, so yeah. I think it's Stowe's turn to get paid. I don't think they want to go down anymore.
We'll see. I'm probably just building this dumb balance up here. That's like this. I mean, this 95 spot is this very stupid ledge. If they want to take him out, that'd be great.
Daniel says, would it be possible for you to upload a video to YouTube explaining the Delta profile? Stowe, are you working on that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
so
have
Stowe will get it.
part of the Stowe course is going to be the Delta volume profile for sure. XY is like I'm the Dom guy, so I'm not going to touch that at all. They're both.
Yeah,
I mean, between I don't know about Nick. I don't think I've ever watched Nick trade on the Dom, but between Leo and XY, there ain't a thing you need to know about the Dom from me. So that'll be plenty. But yeah, I use Delta volume profile quite a bit, so that'll be in mine. And I think as it goes, we will make like we'll see what each other is up to, and then we'll be able to make content
we'll
based
fill in
on
what's
the
missing
holes. Yeah.
and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, there's 4 of us, so you guys will pretty much get an all-encompassing order flow, this and that, whatever.
Yeah, more than you ever wanted to learn about order flow. That's what it's going to be.
Oh, good thing you're here. If it were me and Leo today, we'd probably be like, guys, our time is up. Goodbye.
We still got 2
We've got a few
minutes.
minutes, and then Stowe will close us out.
It's important. I mean, Jim's watching. I know he's tuned in every day. He's on vacation, but I know he's putting in the work, making sure that I don't screw up the outro every day.
Guys, the likes, or else Jim will have our head. Please hit the likes.
Yeah, you think Jim's on vacation? He's not. He's in Italy counting likes.
He's in his hotel room. Lights are off. You just see the light from his laptop. And he's just watching the likes right now. Like, oh, these guys better get it.
Just
You guys ain't going nowhere.
Cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
In a dim lamp. Yeah. Oh man.
Well, the good thing is we both made money today. Stowe.
Yep.
It's always
I'm
a
gonna.
good-
Yeah, I might hold this for a little bit. I really like this idea of getting to this high.
This is going new highs, man. Well,
took
I don't
me out a
know.
couple
I don't know
times,
what
but-
ES's deal is,
Yeah.
but NQ, it was. I think they made that choice just now that they are not looking to go any lower for now. The IB is literally lava on NQ, and they're treating it as such.
Yeah. Yeah, if 90 can hold and they keep doing it, I don't know. It's probably just gonna be a bunch of two-way trade. I should just go to the driving range.
Daniel Reynolds, we're not selling anything actually.
Nope.
Everything will be free.
It's free, baby.
Everything we know about trading will never be behind a paywall.
Yep. No reason for it to be.
So the way you guys can support us would be to just share our stuff, get eyes on it, but
Yeah.
it will be free. Anything we can think of that we think might be helpful, it will be there. If it's not there yet, we will make it over time. Yeah.
Yeah, most of this stuff, I don't know. I've always had, mixed feelings about paywall related items when it comes to anything. So I think what we're gonna do is a good. It's good. It's and we're doing it because we want to too. So it's a win-win for everybody. You just have to hang out with us in the chat and hit the like button and subscribe so I can figure out what we get at 150K. That's
Oh
important.
yeah. Well, you guys know some of what you're getting. Versace robe Pos. Stacking bananas. Happy to have you, man.
There's always money in the banana stand.
Nick, did the Dodgers win yesterday at home? Did they have a home game?
Or are you trying to go to
Because Nick says he's
Panda
trying
Express right
another
now?
trade. It's either stop out and ramen or winner and panda. But if the Dodgers win, the line between the panda and the ramen isn't that much because the panda will be $6. So,
All right, it's noon. It's time to get out of here.
oh yeah.
Well, brother, I love trading with you on Friday. It's my favorite thing. Thanks for hanging out with us, chat. Appreciate you so much. Tune in next week. It's going to be a banger week with a ton of cool stuff. And yeah, that's all for me. You got anything?
Bye, chat.
Any big sign off from XY?
Bye, chat. I'll see you guys on Tuesday.
All right, folks. Most important message of the day: stay safe out there and be good to each other. See you next week.